What's up, guys? Welcome back to the channel with me, Free Tip Scout, here on Twitch, but also on YouTube as well. So if you are logging in from YouTube, if you're tuning in, then a big hello to you over on YouTube. Our main channel's Twitch, but since last week, we started to stream on both platforms so that it's easier for you guys to jump on the streams. We are going to be doing some lineup building today. We've got lineups to build for the midweek, which starts in about 2 hours and 45 minutes time on Sorare. And then we're also going to be doing some lineup building for the weekend. We also need to do our predictions for Pooky, which is another game we cover on the channel, because we've got a whole fresh batch of energy that we need to use to start doing our predictions for. So there's actually tons we need to do. We're going to wait until more people come in. It looks like it's a little bit quiet at the moment, and then we're going to kick off. Hello to Madda. Do say hello in the chat as well if you are here live on the stream. And of course, let me know how things are going for you, or how things have gone for you this weekend in Sorare, because I know it was a tricky game week, right? On Sorare, there were loads of DMPs, there were loads of games that were cancelled, and then there were just players, like per usual, just players that just failed to deliver. So yeah, let us know how things went for you and what you're going to be getting from the week. Hello to Penguin Oak as well. Hello to you guys. Welcome back into the channel. Are you guys ready for the midweek? Are you all set? Are your lineups good to go? Let me know in the chat, please. And yeah, we're just going to wait. We're going to hold on a little bit more. It's very quiet in the chat, so we'll just hold off. If you're new to Sorare, so if you don't know the game that we're covering here, if you've never been on this channel and you're interested to know what this game is about, that you can see on the screen, then you can use the link in the chat. Where is the link? There's the link right there. You can use the link in the chat. If you use that link, you won't get a free card. It says free card there. I need to update that. You actually get up to £20 worth of credits that you can use in the game. So it's basically £20 off a purchase in the game, which is pretty cool, actually. So yeah, use that link if you want to check it out. If you don't know what it is, it's a fantasy sports digital card game. Really cool game. Free to play. Also, you can put a little bit of money into the game and you can compete for the bigger, better prizes. And you can see on the screen right now, there's a $500,000 prize pool that you can compete in right now in the Premier League Winter competition, the Premier League Winter Special. It's still running. It's running for like 10 game weeks, so you've still got loads of time to get involved in that. And yeah, in the second half of the stream, we're going to be covering a game called Pooky. You can use that link there in the chat. That one will give you a free Pooky ball, and you'll also get plus money back off your first purchase in the game and in-game currency to use. This game that we're talking about, by the way, if you don't know it, is this one here. So Pooky, and this is really cool. I'm actually enjoying this a lot, and I'd even argue that I'm kind of enjoying this slightly more than Sorare at the moment, especially comparing my limited cards to it. You can make a lot of good money on this, and it's a game where you are just predicting and basically guessing what the scores are going to be in football games, and then if you're correct, you win money. If you're not correct, you don't lose money. It's win-win. So it's really, really cool. And yeah, we play this in conjunction with Sorare because the two games they complement each other quite well. So if you're doing well on Sorare, or if you're doing research in Sorare, that research will like help you to then do better on Pooky and vice versa. So yeah, check out this game as well, especially if you're just playing limited on Sorare and you're struggling. You will get some good returns on this. For example, from the weekend, which wasn't even a good weekend for me on Pooky, I'm winning 4.2 Matic, which is about £3.50, which doesn't sound like a lot, right? But I'm able to win that with very little effort, and I didn't win anything on limited on Sorare, unfortunately. I did win $50 on the rare on Sorare, so the rare returns are amazing, but the limited right now in Sorare it's done. Like the returns on it are over. Basically, it's really difficult to get anything from it. So if you're struggling to get returns on a Sorare in the limited, do consider playing Pooky, because you can then make up those returns which you're not getting on Sorare. You can make them up on Pooky. Hello to Anathabam. Hello also to Paoletto, Noli, and who else we got? Majestic. Hello to Majestic as well. How's it going, guys? What did you guys win this weekend on Sorare? Not participating to the midweek, not enough cards, says Madder. But it's difficult this week somehow, though just need a defender. Hello also to Jordan as well. How you doing, guys? What's everyone won? Come on, guys, don't hold back on me. I'm thinking that because we're not hearing anybody in the chat say what they've won, I'm guessing that nobody's really won anything. Yeah, Jordan says nothing. Not even threshold. There's been no threshold at all for you. Anathabam says nada as well, so that's nothing from him. Penguin Oak, if you want me to help you out, then you need to do a find a player, man. You need to request a find a player here over on Twitch, which is a free tip scout fun coupon. I can't just help you out without you doing a free tip scout fun coupon, man. All good, man. All good. Madder won nothing as well. Wow. Like when you guys say nothing, you literally mean no card rewards, no cash rewards, no threshold. Like nothing, as in zilch. Nada, nothing at all. Nothing to show for your efforts whatsoever. Paoletto says he won a tier 4 rare. Wow. Tier 2 limited and a tier 5 limited. That's a pretty good game week, actually. Where people are winning nothing. You've come away with 3 cards. That's top. And one of them is a tier 4 rare, which is good. The tier 2 limited is probably the big win there, isn't it? Because the tier 2 limited should be a really good card. Please let us know what you get later on tonight. Noli hit rare threshold this weekend. So that's nice. Just a rare 220 this midweek. Hopefully build up some super cat points. Yeah. Is anybody doing really well in the super cat, which is the month-long leaderboard? Like, is anybody smashing it in that? Because I'm not. But I'm also not really too bothered. And I think you guys know why. Because last week, if you don't know, I kind of basically slammed the cap 220 month-long for the fact that the minimum that is in there is a 40p card in limited, and that just shouldn't be the case at all. So when I kind of saw that, I thought, well, I'll enter it, but if you're going to be dropping 40p cards in as a minimum like reward, then I'm gonna give it minimum effort basically, and that's kind of what I've been doing. Madar, very unlucky. One last minute DMP in rare and in limited as well. When around 270 in both. Oh, okay, that is unlucky. Yeah. Were the DMPs due to the weather, Madder, or was it for something else entirely? Tier 3 rare for Penguin Oak, that's brilliant. Tier 2 Champ EU, Tier 4 La Liga Specialist, Tier 5 All-Star, all in limited. Wow. So Majestic smashed it as well. This is what I was hoping. I was thinking to myself, surely we've got some guys in here that have done really well. And I can see now that you guys have, which is great. Here we go. Couldn't care less about it. My Cap 220 was the game mode I played with my loot and stack every week, but they just completely fucked me over. Yeah. So Jordan's also the same with the Cap 220. Yeah, Luton didn't do too good, did they? I'm still yet to win anything with my Luton Town team. I'm hoping that it's going to come soon, but yeah, I'm also pretty sure, I think I'm fairly sure that I'm not going to be able to win anything with the Luton Town team over this this period they're running the Premier League Winter Special. I already knew that going into it, but yeah, like we're going to see if we can just upset the odds a little bit and win something with it. The only upside for me was I got invited in Rivals and I'm enjoying that side of Sorare. That's good. That is good to hear. How long have you been playing Rivals for, Anathabam? Player that was supposed to play and didn't even enter the pitch. Oh, that was your DMP. So they were just out, as in like they didn't even. Did they not even make the bench then? I hate it when you have a player that is projected to play and then they don't even make the subs bench. They're just completely out, and that's often a big oversight, either from the Play Sharper experts or if you're actually doing the your own self, right, when you're looking at the research. Sometimes it's just unlucky though. Sometimes it could just be like they're ill or there's a family emergency or something just really random comes up, but it's really annoying when that happens. I'm at 485th in limited cap 220, says Majestic. Wow. What tier does that give you at 485? And that's pretty good. That's pretty high, right? What's that? Like a tier? Is that a tier 3? Is it? It's got to be a tier 3, right? 485 in the limited cap 220 in that month long. I've won 4 card rewards with my loot and stack. You've won 4 card rewards. How? I've not won anything so far. I must be doing it mad wrong. Like, what am I doing wrong, Jordan? How have you won 4? I've not won anything so far. I was hoping. Oh, you've all 4 wear cap 220. Okay, I'm with you. So you've played, yeah, okay. I think I understand now. So you've been playing Luton in cap 220, and because they all have low L15s, which is kind of where you can then just play the full stack, and you've managed to win. Surely, though, you've only been winning like tier 5s or something, because even when Luton have done okay, they've not really been able to hit like scores much more than 300, right? 1 benched and 1 injured during training. And then all 4 where, okay, sorry, Luton will play against Sheffield, so might have a chance to win something in the Prem competition. When Luton are playing Sheffield, I'll probably be going quite hard and I'll be praying quite hard that they can actually do something. Sheffield United are shocking, aren't they? Sheffield United are like big candidates to be getting relegated. As in, like, they are the front runners to get relegated. We looked at a tool last week. Was it last week or the week before? I think it was last week, where it was basically showing that Sheffield United are statistically, by the metrics, they're like hands down the best team. The best team? They're hands down the worst team in the Premier League for pretty much every attacking and every defensive statistic you could look at. They are just not even in the race right now at all. Hello to BitHorse, tuning in from YouTube. Hello, man. What did you win? Won a tier 3 limited and cap 240 threshold. Well played, BitHorse. Must be well had. Where did you win the tier 3 limited? Did you win it in the cap 240 threshold? In the cap 240, or did you win it in a different competition? Well done, first of all, because it's difficult. It's really difficult to win in limited. I'm going to show you guys now how my team's done from the weekend, because we didn't win a card reward. Look, here we go. So this is essentially how my game week's gone, and I'm actually happy with it, right? So don't get it wrong. I'm really happy with this, because our main objective every single week is to try and hit the threshold in cap 240. So to try and hit 280 points in cap 240 rare, where we can then win $50, which is £40, because that reward is going to be worth way more than what all of these limited competitions that we compete in, and even the other rare competitions that we compete in. Like, realistically, with my gallery, this is going to be the biggest reward that we can win, even if we win card awards from the other competitions. And you can see here that we entered, I don't know how many this is actually. Look, 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Wow. Okay, so we entered about 24, 25 competitions, and we didn't win a single card reward. So ordinarily, I would be starting to freak out a little bit, thinking, oh, cards, like, why are we not winning card rewards? Some of it's been down to, like, poor decisions from me. So if you look at the Bundesliga Specialist here, we should have actually won a card award in the Bundesliga Specialist, right? This is the team that we put out. Now, like I've been saying since we've been playing this, that we're just going to play the Bochum stack in here, and then we're just going to play like 1 extra player who's not part of Bochum, which at the moment is Michael Gregorich, right? So I've been saying that, yeah, this weekend, I actually tried to be a bit too smart, and I figured that rather than target the Bochum goalkeeper as well, I could just target Manuel Neuer, because I actually think that Manuel Neuer has a better chance of outscoring Manuel Reimann, right? The Bochum goalkeeper. So I decided to put Neuer in there, and then, of course, Bayern's game got cancelled. And what you can see here is that we were 49.64 points away from winning a card reward, like a tier 5. If we'd have put Manuel Ryman in here, Ryman got a score of about 50, something like that, 55. So we would have just won a card reward if we had not tried to be too smart. So what we should have done here is we should have just played as much of the stack as we could from Bochum, then just kept Gregorich in here, and yeah, that would have been fine. A few other kind of situations for us have been either bad decisions or mainly it's just been that we've just been unlucky. So this was our team that we are going to win the $50 in, right? And I'm not trying to win a card award in Cap 240 Rare. You guys know that, right? The main thing that we're trying to do is we are literally just trying to win the $50 threshold. That's it. Like, and we're only really just trying to get over the line of 280 points. We're not even really trying to outscore 282 hard, right? If we do, then great, but it's not really like our focus at all is in trying to smash 240. We're trying to just get over the line, and then we're trying to save some of our good players as well for other rare lineups so that we can be strong in those to try and give ourselves a chance to win card awards. What you can see here is that we didn't just get over the line for 208 points, right? We smashed it. We absolutely smashed it. I think this is, since I've rebuilt in rare, I actually think that this is our best score. I'm pretty sure it is actually our best score in Cap 240 Rare since we rebuilt our rare team over the summer. And you can see here that we were only 1.15 points away from winning a tier 5 rare. Our captain really didn't work out for us at all. Everybody done amazing. And then Indrit Tucci, who was our last player to play, we basically needed Tucci to not do this. We needed him to not do this, right? Even if he'd have got a score of 45, even 38, 39, that would have given us a card award, right? We needed him to not do this. And ideally, we needed him to score, right? Which is why we captained him, because he had what looked like a really easy game on paper away to the worst team in the Croatian League. And he's been in great form, but the worst thing that you can almost hope for from your forward, especially when you captain them, is for your forward to be involved in a 0-0 game, because then it just almost becomes impossible for your forward to then score well because of the fact that forwards are so tied, their scoring is so tied towards them getting some kind of a goal involvement. So no goal involvement basically then means that your forward's going to score trash like 9 times out of 10. This is really unfortunate because for most of the game week, we were actually winning a tier 5 rare, and a tier 5 rare is not amazing, right? But when you are competing in a competition like this, just to hit the threshold, and then you smash the threshold limit, and then you're actually like on course to win a card award, for most of the game week, I was thinking, oh my God, like we're going to get threshold and we're going to get a card award as a bonus as well. It's going to be amazing. And from the games yesterday, it just knocked us out of the card awards. So how unlucky is this, guys, right? What a great effort as well from the team. We spend a lot of time, if you don't know, we spend a lot of time each game week building our Cap 240 rare team and really trying to analyze in depth what we think is going to happen and who's good, who's not. And we got it pretty much spot on, apart from one player let us down. I've won tier 5 in the French kickoff this weekend. Guess that's better than nothing. It really is, yeah. So well done to Raoul. Is that how you say your name, Raoul? Raoul, I think. Hello also to Alomjad. Nothing major here. Cap 240 limited and tier 3 limited. Rare, plus I got unlucky. Hit clean sheet from defensive, stack. Then Kramich was benched and Griffer was benched. If both got decisive, I would have a tier 3 minimum. You done well though, it's Bit Horse, because you still won the tier 3 limited and the Cap 240, right? So that's kind of the main thing. I think with limited, we all know now, if you've been playing Sorare for a while, you should know. If you're new to Sorare, you might not know immediately, so it's probably just worth us talking about it. But limited is the most competitive like competition, the most competitive scarcity to compete in. Like by far, it is the most competitive. Now, it's the most competitive because there are more cards of players of limited in the game, and there's a much lower barrier to entry. So it doesn't cost a lot to put a limited team together. In fact, it costs nothing, basically. It costs very little to put a team together with the prices of limited cards being so low. Because it costs you basically nothing or very little to put together limited teams, it means that more and more people can afford the better scoring players, right? And so then it means that you've got more teams with those better scoring players. So the competitions are incredibly competitive. It's really difficult to win limited now. And often what it comes down to in limited is you need a player to absolutely explode for you, or you need all players to be getting scores of around 70 or more. If you can do that, then you're pretty much going to get a card award, right? If you have one player that lets you down, let's go, like, say here, for example, Second Division Europe. This is a competition that we're not really competing in too strongly, as in, it'd be great if we win something, but because the minimum amount of points that you need in this competition is often quite high, we know that we're not going to waste our best players in here just to effectively win a card that's a tier 5 that's worth like 40p. So we tried it with the players here that we thought were a good compromise between not being too strong, but should also be maybe good enough to give us something. And you can see here that like we had 2 players that done well, and then we had 3 players that done terrible. Now, if Philip Heiser had done amazing, and then say Borja Baston had done good too, we still wouldn't have won anything here. So just imagine that James Sione is our only player in this team that gets a score of 40, right? Or 37. And then Heiser gets a score of about 60. And then Borja Baston gets a score of about 60, right? Like, if Philip Heiser gets a score of 60, then we're going to be getting an additional 30 points here from Philip Heiser. If Borja Baston gets a score of about 60, again, we're going to be getting like an extra, say, 30 points on top of that, right? So we've already got an extra 60 points there. We're 85 points away from a tier 5. So with limited at the moment, you basically need one player to like crazy explode to like an 80, 90, or 100. Or, as I say, you need every player to be giving you scores of around 70. So every player basically needs to do like what Castamite and Odenthal done. And then you can maybe win something. But if one player lets you down, it's pretty much curtains. It's pretty much over. And I think this is one of the reasons why so many managers out there are now struggling to win limited cards, right? Because most of the time, you kind of are going to get like one player that lets you down in a lineup. It's really very rare to get everybody smashing together at the same time. The exception to that, you could argue, is actually stacks, right? So rather than trying to build a team like this, where you have loads of players from different teams, right? If we'd have just, say, had everybody from like Fortuna, right? Because Fortuna won 5-0. So if we'd have had everyone from Fortuna here, maybe we had Kastemeyer, maybe we had Siebert, Tanaka, Engelhard, and then Vermeij. If we'd had those 5, then of course we would have won, right? So maybe the strategy to do is to just not do this effectively in these types of competitions like Second Div, where there's no caps at all, there's no real restrictions, you just need to have players playing in the Second Division. If I was going to be playing like limited seriously, because I'm not anymore, but if I was going to be playing it seriously, and if I was looking to invest more money in limited, I would basically sell every single one of these right now, and I would just get one team. I would target one team, and I would buy the goalkeeper from that team, a defender from that team, a midfielder, a forward, and then possibly another midfielder or defender. Because I think trying to do this, right, where you have no stacks at all, it can work for you, but there's so much variance. You're relying on 5 or 4 players from 4 different games going for you. And even when that happens, you're probably only going to be able to scrape a tier 5. Whereas if you actually target the same team and then that team just smashes it, like here, Dusseldorf done, then you're going to have players that are going to smash it completely and then get you way past the tier 5 as well. So for me, it was a bit of a frustrating game week because, yeah, we win the threshold, which is what we wanted. In the Bundesliga Specialist, we could have won something, but we actually kind of made a bit of a mistake there. And then Cap 220, kind of rare. I've always talked about, we're not too bothered about Cap 220. The prize pool is just not good enough, in my opinion, for us to be going too hard in it. We did get the captaincy right, which was brilliant. Kadri got a score of 89. And then everybody else kind of let us down, really. Look, Airseg let us down. Vardson came off from the bench. Sandy Walsh didn't really do anything. So this score of 281, this isn't good enough to give us one of our top 4 scores in the month long. So it's basically, it contributes to nothing. Our Premier League Winter Special went horribly because it's just our Luton Town players. So nothing really went well there. They lost 3-1. Champion America, was hoping that we could do well here, actually, this weekend. But it wasn't to be. Perenick conceded 2 goals, didn't keep a clean sheet and didn't do good in his AA. Piovi DMP'd. Lucero done really badly. Just a shocker, really, all round. The second div we talked about. All-Star Rare. I was expecting All-Star Rare to do roughly this, right? Because we had 2 players that had really difficult games. One of them was Ali Varul, and the other one was Biaki. Now, Biaki done actually quite good, because they only lost 1-0, and he had, for a forward, he had an AA of 19.4. So that score was actually pretty good for a forward, right? We were expecting Ali Varul to concede 3 goals because it's Fenerbahce away. And Ali Varul is probably going to continue to score badly for the next 2 or 3 games. He's got some horrible fixtures. This is definitely going to be a period in the season where his average score is going to take a big tumble. So at the moment, if we go on Ali Varul here, hello to Green Dog as well. Hello to No Baba Grill. I competed in the most comments win from Pavel Trader. Hope I won. Yeah, good luck to you, man. I saw that competition on Twitter. I have a limited Varul for my Cap 240 team, not looking great, no. So Ali Varul's L15 is 45. Now, actually, I don't mind, in a perverse way, I actually don't mind that Ali Varul's doing terrible right now. And it's not that he's doing terrible, it's just the fact that the fixtures that they've got are awful. So he's not going to do well, because a Sivasspor going up against a Trabzonspor, they're going to concede 3 goals because Trabzonspor are so much better. They're a very strong attacking team. Sivasspor against Fenerbahce, they're going to concede 3 goals or more. He's going to score terrible. He's next got Konyaspor away, then Galatasaray, then Başakşehir, sorry. Those next 3 games are horrible, especially the Galatasaray one. They're not good for Ali Varul. Now, he's decent, right? But what's cool is that because these games are horrible for him, he's probably going to register more scores like this, right? Over the next 3 games, which is then significantly going to drop his L15 down and his L5 down. And that's actually pretty cool, because then what that means is that Ali Varul is going to be very low in his L15, so that then when he has these fixtures coming up, like Istanbulspor, Kayseri, Samsunspor, Gaziantep, Antalyaspor, these are much better. And so then we'll be able to play him in Cap 240 with a really low L15. And then he'll be able to start hitting these mid-range scores again of 50, hopefully some 60s as well. So yeah, if you are holding on to Ali Varul, then do not be surprised if he registers more scores like this, because I'm telling you now, he's not keeping a clean sheet against Galatasaray. He's not keeping a clean sheet against any of these 3. And he's probably going to concede 3 goals against all of them. Maybe he gets away with conceding less than 3 goals against Konyaspor. But against Galatasaray, he's conceding 3. Against Basaksehir, I think he concedes 3 as well. It's a difficult run for him. And so, yeah, when we look at this team here, this is actually a good team, but I didn't expect it to do well because I knew that Ali Varol was going to register like an awful score. And even if he hadn't, we didn't have enough good scoring from everyone anyway. So it's okay. Under 23, we must talk about our under 23 team because this under 23 team is your team. It's not mine. I always say it every week. I want to try and reiterate it every week. We put £100 into the game, what I did, and then I went out and bought the players that you guys wanted. So we've done a big stream where we scouted together. We've done lots of voting on the stream so that you guys could say and choose who you wanted, and the whole community could pick together based on voting. We rebuilt it. So we originally had a team, then we rebuilt it. This is essentially what we rebuilt it to, and we've kind of done okay. But again, Limited is so unforgiving. It's so unforgiving right now, and you can see that we got the captaincy spot on. Tony Frick done brilliant. He got the biggest score out of everybody here. Mashkick done well. Ivan Smolcic done okay, but it's a score of less than 60. Yankovic done terrible, a score of 31.2. And then Corridor, who you guys picked for the week, which I actually thought was a smart pick. They won 2-0, but he did not start. He started from the bench. So we were 71 points away from winning something. Unfortunately, then, we can't give a card away, because whenever we win a card here, we're going to give it away. Obviously, we didn't win anything. We're going to keep going with this. I think what we're going to do is after Christmas, when it gets to sort of the first week or second week of January, we'll probably do a stream where we work out whether we rebuild the team entirely or whether we just try and sell some players and bring in some fresh blood just to try and mix it up a little bit. Because I'd like us to win more, right? In under 23 limited. And we've got some great players in here, but it's just not clicked for us at the moment. And maybe there's like an argument here to say, do we get rid of the players like a Corridor and like Lovro Magic? Do we get rid of these players that are not part of Rijeka and we just build a Rijeka stack? You know, kind of coming back to what I mentioned about 5 minutes ago, that in these types of competitions, if you're not running a stack, you're then relying on everybody coming together. And when this happens, where this guy doesn't do good, Yankovic, of course, didn't do good either, even though he was part of a stack, it's going to make our lives so much more difficult to try and hit a card award if relying on so many different players from different teams, right, to try and help us do it. So it's something for us to think about. We're not doing it right now, but I think after Christmas, we'll put the question out to you guys in the community and we'll say, are we happy with this? If we're not happy with it, what do we need to do to try and make everyone more happy with it so that we can try and win more card awards from it? So keep an eye on that and kind of watch this space, basically. Thank you also to Setup68. Thank you, my man. I didn't catch that earlier. But yeah, thank you, Setup, for the resub, man. The tier 1 and the 11 months. Massively appreciated, Setup68. How did you get on this weekend in Sorare? Do let us know. Hello also to Twitch Gaming. How's it going, Twitch Gaming? I got 3,950 comments. Crazy how competitive it was. Green Dog, hopefully holding on to 67th in All-Star Rare. What? Wow. Green Dog, you've hulked out. You have absolutely hulked out from the sounds of it, man. That's insane. That's so good. What's your team? Please let us know your name, actually. We'll find you on the screen right now. We'll check out your lineup so everyone can see how you're doing. It might just be Green Dog, right? Is it the same? Let's have a little look. See if we can find Green Dog. I don't think it is it? Yeah, Green Dog. Please let me know your Sorare manager name. I want to check out your all-star team that is currently sitting in 67th place. That's incredible. Rijeka will play Slavin this weekend and Rudish after that. 2 best chances to win something, in my opinion. I agree with Majestic. yeah, I was looking ahead for our under 23 team for this weekend. And I think that if we don't win anything this weekend, then honestly, I'll be like, what else can we do? You know, because we do have really good fixtures on paper for this weekend. Greeny 07. Okay. Greeny 07. Let's check out Green Dog's team here, because he says that he's currently 67th in Rare All-Star. He's in line to win a Tier 2, plus also a Tier 2 in All-Star Limited, and a Tier 5 in Cap 240, plus £82. Wow, what an incredible game week. £78 of that coming from All-Star. Insane game week, look. Absolutely brilliant. Let's have a little look at it. Oh, okay. So he's got Schlager, who's the Red Bull Salzburg #1. Then Christian Burgess, and Christian Burgess didn't even do that good. So this could have been an epic score for him if Burgess had actually done something decent here. Ryan Hollingshead, or Hollingshead, if you want to say that, he's incredible. He was so low in his L15 for so long. He used to be my go-to player when we could play the MLS Amateur. I think he's so brilliant. He contributes so much attacking and defensively. He's the type of player that can give you a perfect score of 100, which is what he'd done. So incredible. And then Golovin was 71, and then Everaldo was 75.8. That was quite a smart pick, Everaldo, going up against Monero, who are already relegated. Wow. Look at that, guys. What a cool team that is, right? I don't even think that team's, well, I was going to say, I don't think that team's mad expensive. Everaldo's quite cheap. Schlager's going to be expensive, very expensive, actually. And then Burgess is quite cheap, though. Burgess is not expensive at all. Look, he's £52 in the rare. Hollingshead's probably quite cheap at the moment, given that his season's towards its end. £86 on the floor, but actually in the last 3 days, he sold for around £33, and he should probably be around, 30 to 40 at this stage of the season. This is a cheap team. I don't know how much Golovin is. He's 116, so he's a little bit more pricey. And then Schlager's going to be really expensive. Yeah, 400, which, he bought him for 424, which actually, to be honest with you, is cheaper than what I thought he'd be, because he's the #1 for the best team in Austrian Bundesliga. So you're going to be getting loads of, look at that, just loads of clean sheets, loads of high-end scoring, because he's just such a good goalkeeper. Really good team, man. Really good team. What do you think about the celebrations cards? Asked Jordan. I like them, yeah. Let's just bring them up in case you guys don't know what we're talking about here. We go into the market, you'll see right now that there is a Haaland unique that's being auctioned, and it's the celebration card of Haaland, which I think is really cool. And if we just click on it here, this is basically special edition Premier League cards of course, a player celebrating, which we've kind of been like screaming out for Sorare to give us something like this for a very long time. The game's been live now for nearly 5 years, I think. We've only really just got, for the first time, celebration cards where, as I say, a player celebrating. I think it's cool. I think they look cool. I think the design looks really good, where you can kind of see the celebration kind of in the background, which I think looks really good on a 3D card. I like these cards. I really do. I've liked the design of these cards since they launched, and I know that more and more people are liking them now. They've got used to them. I'll tell you what's annoying, though, right? This is cool from Haaland, this pose, but Sorare really need to min a pose or a card where Haaland is making that face against... Where's that face? Let's see it. Haaland referee. Look, type it in. Sorare need to min. Sorare need to min a card with Haaland making that pose there. They need to do it. If they'd done that, I wouldn't be able to afford to buy it, first of all, because like so many people would want to get a card like that. But they need to have a card where Haaland is doing that. They'd make so much money. So many people would want to buy that. So, yeah, they have this celebration, which looks cool. But actually, I think if you put this on a card, that would be really funny. That would be really cool. But yeah, the celebration cards in general, I think look great. Let's have a look if we can find some more as well. I've not, to be honest with you, I've not really checked a lot of them out. You can see here, look, this one, for example, from James Ward-Prowse doing the Hammers celebration. This is cool. I think this is really cool, right? Looks good. I like them. Do you guys like them? I think they look great. I think they look really good. I like as well that there's a celebration edition that's on the outside as well, the edge of this. Just overall, I think they smashed it there. Colton Morris has a limited and a rare one. Does he really? Let's have a look at Colton Morris then. Let's also have a look at Jordan Pickford. This is a bit of a crappy one, actually. Jordan Pickford. I mean, what would he have ready to celebrate? To be honest with you. I like the back of them as well. The backs look pretty cool. They're quite slick on the back. I just think they look great. I'm not going to pick one up. That's the problem. So even though Sorare have minted them, I'm not spending any money to get these celebrations. They don't appeal to me. Like, I've spent too much money in the game. This is cool. Look. This is quite cool. From Darwin Núñez. They're all really good. I haven't seen a Man United one yet. Let's have a look at Man United here. Let's go to team. Let's type in Manchester United. Be quite keen to see a Manchester United one. Maybe a Bruno Fernandes one. Do they have any yet? Do they not have any? Let's have a look. Surely. Are there no? There's no Manchester United celebration cards. Okay, let's go and have a look. Card edition, celebration 71. Let's have a little gander here. How can they not mint a Man United one? Have there been Man United ones? United have got nothing to celebrate. You're right. But how? The Jordan Morris, like the Carlton Morris one, sorry, looks cool. Oh, this one looks a bit silly. João Paulinho. They're printing out they're printing out ones for Bournemouth, but not Man United. There's surely, if there's a Sheffield United one, I'm gonna riot. If there's a Sheffield United, there shouldn't be a Sheffield United one, should there? I'm now going to find a Sheffield United one, aren't I? There shouldn't be. No, they've only, yeah, okay. They've done the same amount, haven't they? So it's the Saka, the Colton Morris. Okay, they've done like a handful. I am a little bit surprised because there's Liverpool, Chelsea, Man City, Arsenal. There's no Tottenham. From what I can see, there's no Man United. I just would have expected Man United to have been there from the get-go. I mean, it's bloody Man United, isn't it? Well, I'm sure it will come later. But yeah, cool. Yeah, we're looking at the Luton ones now. Yeah, look, we're looking at them. Colton Morris, we're looking at it. Yeah, pretty cool. Interesting to see how much they go for. Mid-club. They're adding more each day, I think. Probably, yeah. Probably. I think it'd be interesting to see what Man United one they do. I'm sure it'll be the Bruno Fernandes. Like, Bruno Fernandes would be cool. The other thing that I'd like to see, like, these are cool, right? But I think we'd also like to see the actual celebration. So, like an action shot. So, because even though, for example, Darwin Núñez is doing a pose here, I would love it if Sorare eventually started to do cards where it's an actual picture from them in a match, right? I think that would look really cool because then it's an action shot. That's the next thing that they need to get to. They need to get to those action shots where it's the player actually kind of doing a slide, a celebration slide, or actually kind of just running to the crowd. One of the things that they were looking at about a year and a half, 2 years back, was that they wanted to do videos. So you'd actually have a card and then there'd be a video showing the goal being scored or showing the player celebrating, right? And that would be really cool. Now, I think the reason they didn't do that was because OneFootball, I think they ended up giving it to OneFootball or something. And they were only looking to do it for the Bundesliga because it was going to be like a Bundesliga shorts or something. That'd be amazing. When they can start adding in videos, that'd be next level. Yeah, exactly. Imagine the Garnacho bicycle kick. So you go onto Garnacho's card, BitHorse just mentioned it. Imagine you go onto Garnacho's special edition card, and rather than seeing a picture of Garnacho, you see a video of him doing the overhead kick. That basically that goal that's going to get him the Puskas award. That'd be so cool. That'd be really cool. Real action shots would look better. Maybe needs a different license though. Like, yeah, I think it does. And like, I think the license itself that they wanted ended up going to OneFootball. So, because I think OneFootball, they have some NFT kind of collection where it is for the Bundesliga. So yeah, it's going to need a different license, but you can imagine it's the thing that's eventually going to come on the game, isn't it? And it's going to be so cool when it does. Would kill the speed of the website. Yeah, but also you could probably have it that you'd have to, I'm sure they'd find a way to optimize it, or they'd have a way where you could turn it off, right? So that then it would only activate, say for example, if you clicked on it. So maybe it would actually show you the picture, just a static image, right, of Garnacho kind of up in the air doing a bicycle kick. But then when you actually click on the card, right, it then plays the video. So in that sense, there's so many easy ways to get around it. It wouldn't kill the speed of the site if you'd done it that way. If you had the cards where, like on a screen here, just from looking at all the cards at like a top like level, and you had the videos all playing, then yeah, that would be ridiculous, right? But you could just have it as a static image, and you just click on the card, and then the static image then turns into a motion, and it shows you the video. That'd be the way to do it. I think HSV goalkeeper deserves a Puskas award more than Garnacho. Oh, get out of here. Get out of here with that one. So yeah, the celebration cards, if you don't know about them, they're there. They're available. They look amazing. If you can afford them, then yeah, they'd be good cards to pick up, but they're going to be quite expensive cards as well to get. There's 10 bids. There's 10 bids at the moment. Look at there's 10 bids for this Haaland one. The 10 bids have only got up to £2.26, but you can bet that this is going to go for significantly more than £2.26. Look, 3 hours ago, look at that. Oh my God. So 3 hours ago, his celebration card, which was not even the number one card, went for £326 in the limited. Not even in the rare, in the limited. And 9 hours before that, his card, which was last season's card, went for £187, right? This season's card, standard card, 21 hours ago, went for £227. So you're basically talking about an extra £100 there just to have the celebration card. So it's a great money earner for Sorare. It's one of the things that's definitely going to cater for the whales out there, or for just like managers that just have so much money that they don't know what to do with it, and or just collectors, right? People that just want to collect and they don't care how much it's going to cost. They just love the look of the cards, and they want to actually be able to say that they have that type of card in their collection. But for most managers, especially budget managers, this is obviously, collecting these cards is a big no-no, just because you're going to spend far too much on a card that actually doesn't have any extra utility, although in the future it might do. Because with Sorare, now that they're launching these kind of celebration cards, and they're launching more special edition cards, and they're trying to incentivize collections, what you could find in the future is that Sorare might actually do a special edition competition where you need to own, say, 3 or 4 or maybe just 5 like pure special edition cards. And so then these cards will then justify their value. But yeah, we don't know what they're going to do there. So that's just speculation. They can use the back of the card for some information about the goal or something like that, but it will be like tops. Yeah, I have to say that's actually quite a good point from Football Night, because one of the things that you could say about the cards is that the cards look great. They do. There's a lot of like the back here. This back looks fine, but you could also argue that like this is underutilized. There could be some cool stuff on the back here rather than just it being plain. Maybe that'll be the next iteration of the card. So maybe next season's card, they will have something here on the back. I don't know. But I think that, yeah, the cards are cool, but I also wouldn't mind seeing some innovative, creative way to put something on the back of the card as well. Only way to make such cards available for everyone is packs, but I would be very much against packs on Sorare. The only way, what, to make such cards available for everyone? Which cards? The special edition cards? So you mean if they've done a special edition competition, the only way to make it available would be to do packs, right? I don't think so. I think they would just mint. They would just mint more special edition cards. The one thing that you have to say with Sorare is that when Sorare are like, so Sorare won't often tell you in advance what they're going to do, right? So you almost have to second guess a little bit what they're going to do. And so there are more special edition cards that they are minting. So I'm just putting 2 and 2 together. I'm thinking that in the near future, there is going to be some type of a competition that's going to be rewarding for those types of collectors that have invested in special edition cards. I'm pretty sure we're going to see that. And so I think when these mints are available, and if you are keen to take part in those types of special edition competitions, which I think are going to happen in the future, then this is the time to get involved in them, right? And then, of course, if they then announce it, I'm sure that they'll then start minting more special edition cards as well, so that you have another chance to get involved in them. Right. There is 2 hours, well, just under 2 hours until the start of the game week. It's probably time we started to think about our lineups for the midweek, right? Now, I don't have many lineups for the midweek, but I do have a few. And so I'm going to run through them, and we're going to also figure out whether we need to make any changes to them or not. I don't think we do, but sometimes when we run through it on stream, you can often discover that actually your thinking might have changed, or somebody might mention something in the chat. You'll then think, okay, yeah, you're right there. Maybe we need to take that player out. So let's try and look through it. Hello also to Ligma. How you doing, man? So for the midweek, it's an interesting midweek because there are, for example, Premier League games which are happening in the midweek. There's actually quite a few games happening in the midweek. There's America games happening. There's Asia games happening. There's like a ton. So it's actually quite a busy midweek. I have at the moment 4 limited teams, and I have 1 rare team. But trust me, guys, there's nothing to be too excited about here. I think there's only 1, possibly 2 teams that are kind of okay, and then the others are more just like throwaway teams. Also, thank you so much, Samila K, for the sub, the resub, and the 11 months of support, man. Thank you so much, buddy. All right, Scout and all, how we doing? Doing pretty good, man. Just about to run through the lineups now for the midweek, and then just discuss them and work out whether we need to make changes. So let's dive into this here. Let's start with rare, because we've only got 1 rare team, right? Capsule 40 rare. This is a complete throwaway punty team, right? This is a team, as you can see, I don't have enough players that have games. So we're just going to try probably with, in fact, not probably, definitely with no success to try and hit the 280 points here. Caviccioli doesn't even start anymore for America Mineiro. So he's going to score nothing. Luke Browers is playing. He's doing good, but he's got a horrible game. And then Robin Molon is now playing again, but he's kind of a sub player at the moment, whilst he's building up his fitness. So yeah, we're putting out this team because if we don't put it out, what can we do with these cards? Nothing, basically. So we might as well put it out. And hopefully, just from, say, Luke Browers and Molon, we can get 130 points, but I don't think we can. If we get 130 points, we win 100 Sorare coins, right? So this is a team that we're going to see can give us some kind of a return. It's not going to hit threshold, but yeah, we might as well put it out. Otherwise, we've just got cards sitting around not doing anything. I wish I could sell some of my players that play midweek without cancelling the current lineups. Yeah, you know what, Ligma? I'm the same, because this Cap 240 here, like, we have Luke Browers, right? Now, we have Luke Browers in this team that's not doing anything, okay? So Luke Browers is completely wasted here. I ideally want to sell Luke Browers for this midweek. The problem is I can't. And the reason I can't is because he is in my Cap 240 team, which is hitting threshold. And so, yeah, look here. And so if we cancel, you know, if we sell Luke Browers, it's going to cancel this team, and then we miss out on winning the £40, right? So super frustrating, because at the moment as well with Browers, look at his price. His price has rocketed up. Look, 16 hours ago, he went for £55. Again, he also went for 48. 14 hours ago, he went for £68. I bought him, as you can see, for £13.87. So even though I love Luke Browers, if I had the opportunity to sell him for £70, I probably would sell him for £70, right? But I don't want to kiss goodbye to our threshold. This is what I don't like about Listal Play. I don't like that. Yeah, it's kind of frustrating because, like, I'm stuck with a player that ideally I'd like to be able to sell now. It's a good opportunity to sell him. Yeah, it's just really annoying. I feel there should be some sort of window to be able to sell them. I don't know. Yeah, I think in order for that to happen, they'd need to literally create an artificial window, wouldn't they? Where there would be like an actual time, a gap between when a game week starts and when it doesn't, or when it ends, basically. Because at the moment, when they launched the Listal Play, my big kind of problem with it, well, I had a few problems with it, but the big problem I had with it was that there was no window at all. So there's not even a real window where, in this situation, like, I get it, I can't sell the player whilst he's in a lineup, but then the game isn't also giving me a chance to, like, take that player out of a lineup, or for that lineup to then be done, and then to have a small window to try and sell him. I guess the problem with that as well is that if you created that window, then what you'd actually find is that there'd be just like mad, like, dump of cards in that small window, which probably wouldn't help the game, which is maybe why they haven't done it. But yeah, it's also a little bit frustrating where, like, we want to sell this guy actually to make the profit, and we can't. It definitely helps Sorare though, right? It's probably another reason why they haven't done it. Because if I can't sell a Luke Browers, but then say, for example, Sorare are auctioning, they're minting a Luke Browers, which they're not at the moment, according to my knowledge, but let's say that they were, then it means then that they have one less card to compete against, which would be me, and then Sorare can basically just almost monopolize the sale, where there's so many cards that should be on the market that aren't, and so then the only option really is to then buy a card from Sorare if you want that guy. I think autograph cards might be a good idea. There are some autograph cards, actually. Yeah, there's already some autograph cards in the game. They are they're actually distributed to the players themselves, and then the players can decide whether they want to sell them or trade them. But yeah, there are some player edition cards, or player autograph cards. I usually trade these cards after deadline with bots. They still have their value for them after the deadline. Gives people who listed instead of playing him more chance to sell. It also does that as well, yeah. It does do that. That's the thing, isn't it? That's the whole point of it. It's like, do you either list it so that you can then sell it and give yourself more of a chance to sell, or do you play it and then give yourself a chance to try and win a reward in it. So you can't do 2. You have to choose, don't you? And so I've chosen to play him to try and win £40. We're winning £40, then we still keep Luke Browers. And to be fair, I can sell Luke Browers in the next game week, right? So when the next game week opens, I can then just try and sell Luke Browers before the weekend starts, right? And then maybe I can still try and sell him for around what he's going for. I don't know if I will, but I feel like if I don't even attempt maybe to sell him for this, right, then I'll probably regret it. Because you guys know, I'm always saying, when it comes to Sorare, there's very few windows where you should try and sell. And you'll often know when those windows are the ones you should sell because the profit margin can be quite big. So here, I bought a player for £13. I can basically make, what, 5 times effectively what I bought him for. I should seriously look to see if I can sell him. And if I don't sell him, that's fine. I'm going to keep him because I'm very happy with him. But I need to take that opportunity to try and sell whilst his price is spiking, because what will most likely happen is that if I don't sell in that window, I might not get that window again. And then his price might return to, say, £13 again. And then I'll be gutted that I didn't sell him and make £50 or £60 profit. And just from playing Sorare for so long now, I always remember those players where I should have sold them, or at least tried to sell them, and then I didn't, and then actually the door has shut, and I can no longer sell them for that profit anymore. If you never win rewards, you never need to worry about removing players from lineups. Yeah, that's also true. Brain Flux. That's the thing. I mean, if this team here that we had Luke Browers in had not won Threshold, then it would have been nice and easy. I would just cancel the lineup, and then we would have a really good chance of sending Luke Browers, right? But yeah, because it is winning Threshold, we're kind of, our hands are tied, aren't they? We can't do anything whilst he's in that lineup. Free Tip Scout, I'm sitting 6th on Challenger Europe, says Calvin. Are you really? What's your name? I want to have a look at your team so we can show everybody live on the stream, because that's incredible, by the way. So yeah, don't take that for granted. That is incredible, especially in limited. Is it in limited? Let's have a little look. If this is in limited, then that's even more impressive. Sorare Act. Is this you? Let's have a little look. It is, yeah. Wow. Look at Calvin go. Calvin, with a roster valuation of £731 and 120 limited cards. Calvin is on course here for a 6th place finish, and getting himself a tier 0, which is a star, getting himself a star award in Challenger Europe with this team here. Look at that. Wow. Oh my God. David Marshall with 97.9. What? That's insane. David Marshall is so funny, David Marshall, because he's a goalkeeper that I bought him a very long time ago. I think it was for like 40p or something. And then I ended up selling him for a decent amount of profit. Did I sell him for profit? No, tell a lie. I didn't. I gave him away. I gave him away to Ellis. Ellis here. We had a street, one of our managers that jumps on regularly. I ran a competition where I wanted to give away the full stack for Hibernian, which included David Marshall, and Ellis won it. And so I gave David Marshall away. And what's funny is that he's a goalkeeper that, to be honest, in the past has been pretty shocking. He's made loads of errors, 6 errors. He's conceded 2 penalties as well. Was dishing out all this really bad scoring. And so many managers, including myself actually, were like ridiculing this guy, saying that he's probably not someone you should take really seriously. Pick him up really cheap if you can, but just don't expect anything good from him. And then look at his last kind of 10 or 15 games here. He has gone to another level, hasn't he? So he's making everybody that was talking trash about him, including myself, just eating their words here. And he's just here. Probably one of his biggest scores ever, hasn't he? 98? He has, look. That was his biggest score ever. And he happened to hit it in a game week where, for Calvin, the rest of his team have all exploded. So he's done it at the perfect time. Impressive, man. Seriously, seriously impressive. What was you expecting, Calvin? Like, when you put this team together, was you thinking that this team could do this well? Or has this completely surprised you? Like, this team's just, like, got into the top 10? Because I think if I put this team in Challenger, I would probably be expecting that maybe it can hit, like, a tier 5, tier 4, right? To get some kind of, like, a low-end reward. I don't think I would have expected this team to have absolutely smashed it, and they have. That's brilliant. Just put it out to have a team in it. Expected absolutely nothing. Wow. Would you look at that? Absolutely incredible. Can you look at my first? We can't look at it now, man. No. The reason being, I was interested to look at this one, but we also need to be focusing on our lineup here, because before you know it, the game week will be upon us, and all we've done is we've just been looking at other people's lineups, which is cool, right? It's good to do, but we also need to spend the time here to work out what we're doing for the midweek. So yeah, maybe later we can do it. This is incredible though, and I just wanted to see. Out of curiosity, I wanted to see what was your team that got you to 6th place in Challenge Europe. Look, are you also winning? Oh no, 8.48 points away from a tier 0 and then £123, yeah, to get into that podium spot. That's so good though. Please let me know, Calvin, please let me know later on today when you get your award. Please let me and the whole stream, the whole community know. So if you can jump on the stream later on tonight, please let us know what you got, because I would love to see what you're going to get for this one here. Have you looked at the prize portal? Have you had a little gander to see what you can get in it? I bet you there's some great, some amazing rewards in there, isn't there? Let's go into my lineups here. I'm kind of just curious now. Let's go into Challenger, because we also competed in Challenger Europe, but we didn't do too good. And then if we go into the prize pool here and we look at the stars. So these are the players here. Joey Veerman, Bakayoko, Jimenez, Matt O'Reilly, Benitez, Icardi, Matthew Ryan, Stengs, Schlager, Antonio Silva, Sugawara, De Jong, Amora, Teze, Bergvine, Sherpen, Pavlidis, Puertes, and then Timber. Wow. I mean, to be honest with you, there's pretty much not a single player that I would not want to win from that. And we should expect, right, in a star tier, you'd expect to look at the prize pool and think, I'm happy with every single one of those. And I think, to be honest with you, whoever you get is going to be a big win. Big win. You want a new goalkeeper. Imagine if you got Schlager. Can you imagine if you got Alexander Schlager? I know he's going on a winter break soon, but it's still the number 1 for Red Bull Salzburg. That'd be huge. That win. That'd be massive. I also like Matt Ryan though. I've liked Matt Ryan for a long time. I think Matt Ryan would be a big win too. Them teams are great that you don't expect anything from, and then they smash out the park. Yeah, absolutely. And it's always the teams, isn't it? Similar case. It's always the teams where you think, I'll just give this a go. I'll just throw it in. It's probably not going to do anything great, but let's just see what happens. Let's just, put it in, and you almost just forget about it, right? And then it just completely smashes all your other teams that you were really banking on. They're all done. They're all in the bin. And then the one team you thought was complete throwaway, or you just put in there for a laugh, is the one that ends up doing amazing. Wow. Okay. So yeah, Calvin's going to let us know later on tonight what he gets. By the way, we have a stream later tonight. If you don't know, we're going to do some scouting for it. I don't think I need to go and buy anyone. But what I like to do, especially when I win Threshold, is I do like to go out and have a gander to see whether I can pick up any bargains, right? So maybe somebody that is just too good that I can't ignore, or they've just been priced too low, that now that we have like Threshold and money in the balance, we should pick them up whilst we can. So we're going to do some scouting tonight, and it's going to be a bit sporadic, but we'll try and discover some players along the way. Right. Let's go back. So yeah, my Cap 240 is a complete throwaway team. And we were talking about Luke Browers, so I can't sell him. I will try and sell him, I think, after when the new game week starts. But for now, yeah, he's going to be in this team, and we're going to see if this team can win us some Sorare coins. Let's move over to the limited. So, right. We have a team for Cap 270, which is throwaway. So this is completely throwaway. We don't have enough players that have a game. So we're throwing in Christoph Lang in here. This isn't going to win anything, but maybe, again, it can give us a score of 130, and then we can just scrape some, like basically farm some Sorare coins from it. But this team's not going to do well. We've also got a punty team in All-Star. This is the All-Star team. Yeah, so we have a completely punty team in All-Star. Again, we're trying to farm as many Sorare coins as we can. Caviccioli's not going to play. Then we've got George Cox and Molon, who play for Volendam away to Feyenoord, which is just horrible, right? So these guys are going to score terrible. I'd be surprised if we even got a score of 50 from both of these two combined. I think it's going to be less than that. And then Judio Furch doesn't start. And then Amari Bell has a home game against Arsenal. So this is just horrible all round. But we're just going to see if we can get, 130 points, which will then give us, I think, what? No, 100 points, isn't it? Yeah. All we need is 100 points here in All-Star to get 50 Sorare coins. So let's give it a go. I think I'll be disappointed if this team doesn't even hit 100 points, right? Because this is the whole point about putting it out. Hit 100 points, give us 50 Sorare coins. Good. Job done. Next. So let's see if it does that. Right. We are going to prioritize Cap 240 because I have a starting goalkeeper. So I don't have many starting goalkeepers at all. So if I just go into it here and show you. Hello to Raul. How you doing, man? How was the weekend on Sorare for you, buddy? Any good, or was it disappointing? How did it go for you, basically? I've just been opted, says Green Dog. Football night, I won my first rewards. Did you really? What did you win? Football night? I thought you were saying that you've not won anything at all. And that I think, didn't I say to you that I promised you were going to win something? And that if you don't win something, I would give you, did I make that promise to you? I think I did, right? Football night. Hit both threshold. Well done, Raul. No card rewards at all then, no? The threshold's good though. Threshold's great. What did you win, football night? And where did you win it? Let us know, please, if you can. Tier 4 and 5, but that is like £10, so not counting. Okay, so you did win card rewards as well. That's good, man. That's really good. Yeah, I know you just started playing a week ago, football night. I remember when we were speaking to you last week. I remember. And I was saying, if you stick on these streams, you'll win something, like, quickly. And lo and behold, look, you've won a card in the first week. Let me tell you, most people, when they play Sorare, right, don't win something in the first week. They don't, okay? When I started playing Sorare, I didn't win something in the first week. It took me a long time to work out the code or the magic formula to work out the process about how to win. And so I'm very happy to hear that you've won in the first week. And all credit to yourself, man. But I'd also like to think that jumping on these streams has helped you a lot. So yeah, let us know what you win tonight, man. £200 is better. What about you? No, I haven't won any card awards at all, Raul. we were maybe going to win a card award like a tier 5 in Cap 240, but we just fell out of it by about a point. And then we could have won a tier 5 limited, but we ended up playing Manuel Neuer. And of course, his game got cancelled. If we hadn't have played Neuer, we would have played Manuel Reimann, and then we would have won a tier 5. But it's funny, isn't it, that I'm not even disappointed about missing out on a tier 5 limited because it's a 40p card, you know. So this is another reason why I feel that the prize pool, the current reward structure, it needs to be looked at and revamped, because I should be thinking to myself, oh, I'm so annoyed, I'm so gutted that I missed out on winning a card award. Whereas actually, I'm looking and I'm just like, who cares? You know, who cares? I missed out on a 40p card. Big deal, right? So, yeah. I just checked 40 pound threshold. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, follow me, man. I'll follow you back as well. Yeah, the Cap 240 was brilliant. I'm so annoyed that our Cap 240 just missed out, though, on winning a rare card. Because I actually would have liked to have had a rare card here just to give us more options, right? And we missed it by like a point. So a little bit annoying, but yeah, the main thing was just winning the threshold anyway. And because we do that, that's actually worth more, isn't it? I know myself, I could buy 4 or 5 rare cards for the same as what a tier 4 is, right? A tier 5, sorry. So rather than me just winning a tier 5, we're going to win £50 or $50, £40. I can just go out and buy 4 tier 5s if I wanted to with that. I won tier 4 in the Bundesliga Kickoff Limited and tier 3 in the Cup 2 in the Cap 240. Well played, Football Night. A tier 4 in the Bundesliga Kickoff and a tier 3 in the Cap 2. Jesus, wow. It's really good, man. Congratulations to you. Have you found being on the streams has helped you at all? Because you've only been playing for a week, man. That's so unusual to do that. What a start. Yeah, I had a really good start, and then, yeah, it came down to Tooch, and he just let me down. Hello, FTS. I've somehow managed a 6th place in Cap 270 Limited this weekend. You got, like, it's great. So I was asking you guys at the start of the stream, how have you guys been getting on? And initially, it was like, didn't really seem like anyone had really won anything, because nobody was really saying, yeah, I won this and I won that. And now we got loads of people in the chat saying they've won this, they've won that, they've won a tier 3, they're 6th place, they're 7th place. Incredible. You guys are doing so good. The 6th place in Cap 270 Limited from Iscold is brilliant. Raoul says all liars. Some big winners, yeah. Brainflux, some massive winners from this community. Like putting us all to shame, putting me to shame. Because I didn't win a card, as you guys know, but guys are smashing it. So I love it. Iscold, you're going to need to come back on the stream later tonight and let us know what was the player that you won. Because being 6th place is going to be a big reward in Cap 270. And I'm currently on for rare threshold, but I don't want to jinx it. Might get opted. Oh, okay. So Ligma, you must not have a big margin, right? You must not have a big cushion. So you don't even want to talk about it because it's that close to the threshold, is it? Your gallery is growing. Whose gallery? What, my gallery? Raoul? Yeah, my gallery, if you're talking about my gallery, yeah. My gallery is growing a little bit. I've accepted all these cards as well, if you're wondering. This is my gallery at the moment. And if you're wondering why I've got these cards in here, somebody sent me, I need to bring up their name. Yeah, Hizaru sent me these special edition. Well, they aren't special edition, are they? They're National Series cards, and they have no utility at all because they were from the Global Cup. But he basically sent me 4 for nothing. So I accepted them, and I'll just give them out, I think, on Twitter real soon. I think there's a few people that are collecting them, and so the ones that are collecting them, they can have them. I'll just give them out randomly. So yeah, big shout out to Hizaru for sending those. And then, yeah, kind of just recently, I've just been trying to pick up like more and more rares. So I picked up Morales last night, which I'm really happy with. And then Bitolo, Caviccioli I bought as well. Caviccioli, you're probably wondering why I bought him. His team's been relegated, and he might very well end up still playing for them, and then he'll be playing in the lower division, right? But I bought a limited card of Caviccioli about 3 months ago for £5, right? I bought this rare yesterday for £6. I'll take that bet. I'll take a £6 bet on a rare goalkeeper, because if it doesn't pay off, then I'm okay kind of effectively losing £6. If it does pay off, the upside is going to be massive. Who knows? Maybe he gets a move to a different club that's then wants him to be the number one at a top tier Brazilian side. Don't know, right? I don't know. I saw him for £6. I was like, I like him as a goalkeeper anyway. I'm going to buy him for £6. When his limited 3 months ago was £5. Yeah, there's a lot of upside to that. If it doesn't work out, it's not an issue. I could just use him as fodder, just to then as part of a trade. But yeah, for £6, I'll take that bet. And then yeah, João Figueiredo, Thomas Henry. As I talked about, as I said earlier, when we get our threshold tonight, we'll probably go back into the market. We'll do some scouting tonight, and then I might see if I can pick up, say, a few extra players that I don't think I really need, but I'm just always on the hunt for good bargains out there in rare. I'm not buying any more limiteds anymore. You guys know that. So yeah, I won't buy any more limiteds going forward. I've got 224. It's already more than enough. And there's probably about 40 that we could give away there. So I probably have about 180, which is just far too much for me anyway. But yeah, we'll try and pick up some rares tonight. I won 2 tier 3s in the Premier League Specialist Limited and Second Division, and 1 tier 4 in All-Star Limited. Look at Dash. Dash counter. Why don't you save some for the rest of us, buddy? Wow. That's incredible. Well done, man. Seriously well done. Because it's so difficult to win cards in Limited right now. It really is. But it's also really good to hear from everybody and from a lot of you guys out there that are still winning Limited cards, because it's tough. It's really tough. Won a total of €60 from Limited and Rare Threshold, and Winter Special Limited, and 2 Tier 5 Limited Rolls. There you go. Another example from Oliver Alexa there. Just smashing it out of the park. Good to see you guys. Honestly, I love it. I'm expecting you guys tonight to jump on the stream and to just flood my chat with all the players that you've won, because you'll be so excited about the players that you've won. You'll be so over the moon that you're going to be coming on my chat tonight saying, Free Tip Scout, this is what I got. And I'll be very jealous because I won't have any, I won't have those players, and I want those players probably. So anyways, let's see if we can do something for the next game week. The midweek game week, let's get back to working out our lineup. We've only got one proper starting goalkeeper. Thomas Kaminski. Hennessy, Kroll, Shia, Caviccioli, they're not starters, right? We know that. Because we've only got one starting goalkeeper, then I have to prioritize the threshold in Cap 240, which means I'm putting in my better players into Cap 240 so that we can get the $5 rather than playing Cap 220, where we could play our 4 strong outfielders with a strong common goalkeeper. But then obviously we know in Cap 220, there's nothing to win in there for the week. You're just trying to win something for the month. And I just, as I say, I'd much rather try and win something for the week, which is $5, rather than potentially putting in those really strong players into the Cap 220. Then they get a good score, but then actually at the end of the month, that good score that I had, that they've registered, there's then only contributing to me winning a 40p card. So again, 40p versus $5, you'd be mad not to prioritize the $5 over a potential 40p reward. And that's what we're going to do. So our starting goalkeeper, our only starting goalkeeper, comes into cap 240. We could, and keep with me here, we could have played Kaminsky in the Premier League Winter Special, right? And technically we still could if we wanted to. The reason why I'm not going to do that is that, if we play Kaminsky in, say, the Premier League Winter Special, right? There's only 2,606 entrants in here. So we've probably got a very good chance to get something from this, because we would have to finish in the top 800 and then we would win $8, right? My slight concern with this is that if we go in to this one and we don't get 200 and... Let's say that we put our team together with Kaminsky in and we get a score of like 250 or 260. That 250, 260 would not give us a reward anyway in the threshold. Would a score of 250, 260 give us a score, give us a prize in this here? I don't know whether it will, would it? Now I'm going to try and focus on top 5 league specialist. Don't know if you've seen the lineup, but Doughty should be back today. Really? How sure are we about that though, Jordan? Because what I can't have is I can't, and this isn't a pop at you, by the way. I've just had so much bad success with picking my lineups for Luton. Like, I think last week I picked Doughty, then Doughty was out. The week before that, I picked Nakamba. Nakamba was out. And so I'm just really worried about running with Doughty or Nakamba. And Nakamba I can't because he's out injured. I'm just really worried about picking Doughty because I just think, can I really afford to have another DMP from him? Past game week, about 300 points were required for top 800. Was it? Okay, let's have a little look. Let's go. Let's do it manually. Let's go into my lineups here. Okay. Yeah, this has been the first game week, hasn't it? Right, so this was our first game week in here. Let's go onto the prize pool, or the leaderboard, sorry. Right, so we need to finish in the top 800. So let's go to 80 here. Page 80. Okay. Yeah. So to get into the top 800 from this is from the weekend, right? This is from the weekend that we've just had. You needed to get a score of 307.67. Now, all games are happening though. Well, how many games are happening in the Premier League this I think it's all, isn't it? Yeah. Well, not all. Yeah, it is. Well, it is, isn't it? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, 9, 10. So all teams are playing. So it's effectively like a weekend, even though it's a midweek, which means that I think that we will probably need to have a score again of around 300 to get into that top 800. And Luton are up against Arsenal at home. I can't see Luton. Can anybody see Luton getting 300 points? If you had a Luton Town team, a Luton Town stack, can anybody see a Luton Town stack getting 307 points potentially? Because I can't. I can't at all. I can only just about see the team get to 280. And at the moment, this is a 280 team where I'm not even playing 2 Luton Town players. I'm not playing a Luton Town midfielder. I'm not playing a Luton Town defender because it's Luton against Arsenal. I don't even really want to play two Luton Town forwards here, but I like the sure starters in the team. Jordan can, yeah. Would you guys reckon? I don't think that Luton can hit 300 points. I think that a mainly Luton Town stack or team, like if we ran this type of team, I think this team could probably maybe get to 280, but I just don't think Luton can get 300. What do you guys reckon in the chat? Can Luton, if I ran, this is the question, right? If I ran a Luton Town team in the Premier League Winter Special for this midweek, is he going to hit a reward or not? I don't think so. Personally, I don't think so. I want to hear what everyone else thinks. It's Luton at home against Arsenal. I think it would require Luton to cause an upset. And I think it would also require Luton not to concede lots of goals. Because if Luton concedes, say, 2 or 3 goals, it's done. It's done. It's not happening. Because then your goalkeeper scores trash, then your defenders probably score trash. Your forwards then are probably going to score terrible if they also don't score, and there's been 3 goals scored. I can't see it, personally. I think seeing a cow flying would be more likely, says Lima. I can barely imagine Luton keeping a clean sheet tonight. I know. I've actually, I've got a rivals team for it, so I've sent an invite out for it. It would require 1, probably 2 Arsenal red cards. I think that it's going to be difficult for Arsenal in a way, because it is at Kenilworth Road, and it's not an easy place to go to, but if we're being honest about it, I'm only really going to be playing my Luton Town team in here, instead of playing a team in Capsule 40, if I think that that Luton Town team can get into the top 800. And I just personally cannot see how this Luton Town stack is going to be able to outscore the likes of, look, Arsenal players, for example. So anybody running an Arsenal stack in the Premier League Winter Special, or mainly Arsenal players, is probably going to outscore our Luton Town full stack, right? Liverpool against Sheffield United. We're not going to be able to outscore that. There's no way we can outscore that. Liverpool against Sheffield United. So just imagine all the managers out there that are playing Liverpool in the Premier League Winter Special. There's a lot of them. There's a lot. I don't see a spin out to do it. Then you've got, where's it at? You've got, well, some of the others are a little bit trickier. Newcastle versus Everton's pretty good for Newcastle. Technically, Chelsea against Man United. This is really good for Chelsea. Probably the big ones to worry about for me are Liverpool and Arsenal. But I also think Brighton-Brentford could be a high-scoring one, points-wise. Andre Hansen has already been announced in his new team. This Ode, isn't it? His new team is Ode. I think he's, that was probably not officially announced a few months back, but everybody kind of knew he was going to Ode. Yeah. So if you're wondering what I'm doing here, I was asking the chat what you reckon. I don't think playing a Luton Town team in here, instead of playing Luton, a Luton starting goalkeeper in 240 is the play. In fact, it's not the play. And so what we're going to do, we're going to play Kaminsky, even though we know that Kaminsky's probably not going to score that good. But whatever points he can give us are points that can help us towards the 280 mark, right? Then we're going to be playing, which doesn't sound like it makes a lot of sense, but we're going to be playing Carlton Morris and Ogben. Okay? Now, you're probably thinking to yourself, why are we playing 2 Luton Town forwards, right? When we don't think Luton can do that well against Arsenal. And ordinarily, you don't want to play 2 forwards in threshold anyway, and you especially don't want to play 2 forwards that are going up against Arsenal. The reason we're doing that is because I just don't like our other options, if I'm honest with you. Like, I really don't. You could argue that we could play Garterman here instead of one of the Luton Town boys, they've also got huge amounts of XP. So if we took out, say, Ogben, and we put in Garterman, we're losing around 10% additional scoring. And that 10% additional scoring is pretty big, right, from the collection bonus. So I kind of want to have players in here that I know should start, even though we'll come back to Patrick Van Aanholt in a second. We have players that should start. We want to have players in here that have a high percentage, right, to help us get over the line for 280. So Brouwers here is actually going up against Patrick Van Aanholt, which is not great. But we also need to play we need to play Luke Brouwers because he's in great form at the moment, and he's got 10% on his card. So, and he's a sure starter, so we need him in there. These two don't have a good fixture, as I talked about. They're both forwards, so if they don't get a goal involvement, they're probably going to score terrible. But with that additional 12%, it might be able to bump them up into kind of mid-40s, maybe even the 50s, and then that could really help us to get over the line for 280. Patrick Van Aanholt doesn't tend to start. However, I'm thinking that he will start because Teze, who he came on for, Teze, he looks like he's got, well, according to me, he looks like he shouldn't be playing because he had a big knock to the head. And I think by concussion protocols, he shouldn't be allowed to play because he couldn't even remember the game. So, like, he shouldn't be playing. They should not take the risk with him. They should play Patrick Van Aanholt. I'm hoping that's the case here. Just changed the percentages and added Veerman, Teze, Tillman as sub-options. The injuries of Veerman and Teze are not that bad, but I think Boz will take no risk with them, at least not from the start of the game. I agree. When you have a big head injury, which is what Teze had, then you shouldn't be like putting him in the starting lineup again. Chat's gone really quiet. What's going on in the chat? Luton will win 2-1, says Oliver Alexa. I love your enthusiasm. I can't see it. I mean, to be honest, Arsenal are amazing, but I also think that Arsenal could do an Arsenal against Luton, but it would take a mammoth effort for Luton to beat them 2-1. Like, imagine Luton outscoring Arsenal. I can't really see it, but I hope that you're right. So, yeah, we're going to play Van Aanholt here. We could look at Ogiwara, but the problem with Ogiwara, I don't think he's going to start. I don't trust that Ogiwara is going to start. He might start. I just don't want to take that risk with him. What do we reckon, guys? Is this going to hit threshold? Is this team here going to hit threshold of 280 points and then give us $5? If you think it's going to hit, then type hit in the chat. If you think it's going to miss, type miss in the chat. I want to see how many of you believe in this team for Cap 240. No takers in the chat. Here we go. Similike reckons a miss. I get it. I wouldn't be surprised if this misses it either. Oliver Alexa reckons a hit. Brainflux, you reckon miss too. Green Dog, unfortunately, a miss. So you guys at the moment are thinking that this is going to miss out, aren't you? I think, you know what we should do as well? Football Night reckons a miss too. So only Oliver Alexa at the moment is flying the flag for this Cap 240 team. And to be honest, Ola, I mean, I love that you are flying the flag. I want to be flying the flag too, thinking it can hit it, but I also don't think so. I think this is probably as good as what we can do for the midweek. This is the horrible thing about it. I think this is probably as strong a team as we can put out that gives us the best chance to hit. We're going to put this into the lineup builder on Sorare data. So if we do Cap 240 limited, let's just see if we're making a mistake here or not. So you can see here that we only have one starting goalkeeper, Kaminsky. So there's nothing we can do here. Luton, according to the odds, have a 6% chance to win. and they have a 10% chance for a clean sheet. And then the opponent's score is 39, which is basically horrible. And he has an F rating. He's probably, look at that. All of the parts of the pick score are red, apart from projected lineup. So basically, Kaminsky's going to get a negative decisive, isn't he? And then we're going to have to hope that somebody else from our team can make up that huge difference that he's going to get from losing out on 20 points there. So Kaminsky goes in. Kaminsky could have the game of his life, couldn't he? He's probably going to be faced with so many shots. If he can at least do good in his AA, we might have a chance. But if he doesn't do good in his AA, then we're going to struggle here big time. So we need him, even if he concedes like 3 goals, we need him to get an AA of like 20 or something so that he can still get a score of around 40, something like that. Gartenman, to be fair, Gartenman has quite a good game. What's the issue with Gartenman here? Because when I looked, it didn't look like Gartenman was going to be projected to start. He is, look. Gartenman's at 80%. The only problem, though, is that we go back to Gartenman here, or we go back to Cap 240, is that if we put Gartenman in, we could put Gartenman in because Gartenman has that type of scoring that's perfect for threshold. Like if he hits a score like that, 60, that's going to be great. He's been quite underwhelming recently. I genuinely believe if you stick Kaminsky in a mid-table team, he would be in for a shout of goalkeeper of the season, says Jordan. I would run Ogben over Morris in any lineup. I agree. I do agree that Ogben over Morris, because Ogben just has better AA in general, and Morris doesn't. He has no AA whatsoever. The slight issue here is that if we took out Morris and we put Ogben in, we need to have somebody that has a good level of bonus, right? Otherwise, we're potentially missing out on 10%. I mean, I don't like running 2 forwards here. Like, we could technically put Doughty in, right? But I don't think I want to take the risk with the Doughty until I'm sure that he's actually going to play. If we put Gartenman in, and then if we put Ogben in, like that, we have a player that's only got 2.5% to a boost to their scoring, but Gartenman has the potential where he could get a score of 60, 70. And Morris, I don't think, can get that in this game. So even though it looks, I guess, like we're losing out by like removing a huge amount of potential boost here, we're probably going to be potentially on the up because we're effectively swapping out a player that will probably score like 30, 40 for a player that has the potential to score 60, 70, right? Like I'll be honest with you, right? I was really, when I put this team together, I was really not happy having 2 Luton players in here because I want to try and reduce my exposure to this game. I don't want to have loads of Luton players against Arsenal. That's just a horrible game, right? But I was also not entirely sure whether Gartenman would start because with Gartenman as well, he kind of got dropped in this game. Then he got brought back in this game, but then they lost it 2-0. He's not been doing that great. So if he does this here, then we're actually going to be worse off, because then we could get this scoring already from like a Colton Morris, but then Colton Morris is going to give us 12.5% additional on top of that. Whereas if Gartman does this here, we're only going to get this plus 2.5% extra. It is a good fixture for them at home against Kilmarnock, I think. I think this is quite a key decision for me, because if I get this one wrong, then it's going to cost us threshold. If I get it right, we'll hit the threshold. Okay, so Kilmarnock at the moment are currently lying in 7th place. They're 4 points ahead. But I think away from home, away from home, they've been terrible. Look, they've only scored 5 in 7. They've not won at all, and they've lost 4. They've only got 3 points. So it's probably quite a good fixture. And Aberdeen have quite a good head-to-head against them as well. Okay. Let's revisit this in a minute. Let's, for now, put Patrick Van Aanholt in here. Patrick Van Aanholt, by the way, has a 48% chance for a clean sheet. Kind of the same with Ogiwara. The community is projecting that Ogiwara starts at 95%, but I don't trust that enough. And then Gartman's at 73%, which is obviously lower. Funny enough, I actually trust this more than I do for Ogiwara. He doesn't have the same percentage for a clean sheet. One of the things that I was hoping for as well is that we would have here, we'd have like a projection for URR Reds, but we don't. If I'd have seen a projection here and then the expert was telling me that Ogiwara was like 90%, I think that it would maybe convince me to play him. But because I don't see it here, I'm reaching in the dark when it comes to Ogiwara. And his game time's been a little bit too in and out. Are you saying Arsenal at home isn't going to fixture for League? Yeah, I am. Like, realistically, Jordan, what do you think that score is going to be? What do you think the result is going to be for Luton against Arsenal? Like, I want to just know. Like, you think 2-1 to Luton? Do you really? Like, you honestly think 2-1? Like, you're not just saying that for clout. You think that Luton will beat Arsenal 2-1? That's what you put on Pooky, is it? 2-1. Honestly, I hope that happens. Because if that happens, then on Pooky, you're going to smash it. And of course, on Sorare, you're going to smash it. It's one of those games, you know, like the other week when Luton were playing Crystal Palace, right? At home. And that was the fixture where I thought, you know what? I think Luton can win that. I think they can win it. And I actually said, I think Luton will win 2-1. I put it on Pooky and they won 2-1. This is the type of fixture for me, personally. They could win it because Arsenal are the type of team that can slip up in this sort of fixture. They can. They've done it in the past before. I just don't think, with their quality and with what's at stake here, I don't think with their quality that they're gonna get outscored by Luton. I can't see it. I can't see how Arsenal can get outscored by Luton. I think even if Luton score 2, I think Arsenal would score a minimum of 2 as well. Just I can't see how they can outscore them, personally. It's a really, really difficult place, though, Kenilworth Road, for any big team to go to. It would require a bottle job. Yeah, it would. If it's a bottle job and we've only got these 2 players here from Luton, then we should still do Like if it's a bottle job from Arsenal at Luton, then we should still do okay. I think the thing here is that we need to have, like, ideally we need to have 2 defenders and we need to have 2 monster defenders here. I think midfielder-wise, we don't have another big heavy-hitting midfielder. No, we don't. We've got Will Hughes there, but I don't trust Will Hughes in that game. He's not heavy-hitting either. So, yeah, we would maybe need to play Stefan Garterman. You like my Arsenal prediction? Just wait till you hear my City one. Oh, God. I'm probably going to ask you about that later today, because when we go on to Pooky, I'm going to be asking everybody, like, what's everyone's predictions for it? I'm not competing on Pooky. Well, am I? I haven't done any predictions at all. I haven't done any predictions for the Premier League one. Oh, God. So we need to figure that out. We need to figure out on Pooky what I'm going in for. It might be this one here. It might be, I think it is going to be this one. Rather than just trying to squeeze them in for here, I think I'll save it so that we can go into the Brazilian League, the German League, and this one. Why is there an Argentinian League still going on? Okay. Interesting, yeah. Okay, it's one game that needs to be rescheduled, isn't it? Okay. Okay. Your internet connection is poor. Whose internet connection is poor? Mine definitely isn't. I've got like one of the best internets that you can get. Got like about 150 megabytes upload per second. So my internet connection is perfect. It's very strong. Pay a lot of money for it as well. No, mine isn't, man. Why'd you say that, Raul? Why'd you say the internet connection's poor? What's going on to make you think that? I have 150 megabytes upload, 150 megabytes per second upload speed. That's significant, man. That's massive. Yeah, it's definitely not mine, man. Yeah, I pay about £50 or something a month, something silly, to have like a really strong stream connection. So it's definitely not my end. Right, did we do it? Stefan Gartenman over Carlton Morris. I think we might do. The more that I'm thinking about it, the more that I think that I prefer this over having Carlton Morris and Ogben against Arsenal. The only thing is that if we do it, if we did do it, how can we do it? Because we're going to take Gartenman out of cap 220, which is then probably going to... It's probably going to kill our cap 220. Well, we've got 5 points left over. Can we do it? We're going to need to have a defender in here. Okay. Who's another defender that we can throw in here? To be fair, we probably don't need to put Carlton Morris in here. We have 45. Okay, we could stop Marlon in. Let's do that. Let's put Marlon in here. And then we give the captaincy to Marlon. Even though I actually don't think that Marlon's probably going to play. It's a little bit tricky. Like, he slots in perfectly, but he's not going to play, is he? He's not projected to play at all. He's suspended. Marlon is suspended. So there we go. That's great. It's great from the expert that they've told us that, so we don't fall into that trap. Okay. So maybe what we do instead is that rather than play Corridor there, we could play Ogiwara here, so that then if Ogiwara does play, we're not going to be too bothered about it. Can we play Colton Morris here? Oh my God. Colton Morris has an L15 of 45 and we have an L15 of, we have 44 left over. Okay, hold on a minute. Like, I think I'm happy with this actually. Let's confirm that. Okay. So that's fine for the Cap 240. Right. Because now we've only got 2 players from the looting game rather than 3. And we want to try and reduce the amount of players that we have in that game. That's okay. And Ogben's quite a good forward to have in Cap 240 because his AA is usually quite good. So if he doesn't get a goal involvement, he'll usually give you a score of like 45, 50 from his AA. I think that's okay. Then if we go into Cap 220, right, let's redo this one. Let's redo it. We are going to have Kelleher in there. And then let's get rid of the commons here. Right, defender-wise then, Ogiwara, I think I do want to play in here now. Because I don't mind if Ogiwara doesn't play. It's only Cap 220. But it's the month long. It doesn't really appeal to me, this one. It's not high on my priority list at all. Then what we could do... I think I do want to play Will Hughes here. Colton Morris isn't actually the one, I don't think, to be picking full stop against Arsenal. In case there's there's an upset, then yeah. But what's going on with João Lucero? Why has he scored so bad in the last game like that? Ah, because he's making sub appearances now. Okay. So what we might need to think about here then is that actually for the forward, oh my God, how annoying is that? Oh man. This is a bug that's been in Sorare for like a year, where you can see that we took out all these players and we were putting in the players and we were trying to work it out. And then what will happen is that, I don't know whether it's after a certain time or whatnot, but then Sorare basically fills it back up with the players that you just took out. So then we've got to kind of take them out again. Now, to be fair, there's not loads of them, but it's just annoying that there is a bug that is still persisting in the game like this. I'm sure they know about it. They must know about it. Unbelievable. Anyways, so let's try and do that again. So Ogiwara goes in there. I think I want to have Will Hughes in here. Lucero at 41 is really good because it's really low. Why don't we have a little look here, actually? What is the expert projecting? Okay, Lucero at 90%. Should play the midweek. He was injured. Okay, well, that's cool. If he's going to play at 90%, and if the expert thinks so, then we might go with it. Because putting him in at 41 would then give us 44. If we found somebody higher than 41, we'd be struggling. And I think already we're going to struggle to put someone in for 44 here. Who do we have at 44? I've got this guy here that is a card that was given to me. I don't really want to be playing this guy. I literally want to be playing players that I do actually own. Martin Moorman's not going to play, is he? Unfortunately. No. In fact, he's sick. No, that's Max Hoffman. Okay. Okay. What about for Pohang Steelers here? No. Yeah, Lucero, it could bang, yeah. It could also be the sort of game where they don't even try, because I don't think they've really got much to play for, have they? Could be wrong on that, but I don't think they do. Got Gabriel Oso. Pochettino is not expected to play. We could just put Iwanami in here. Iwanami's not going to play though. He doesn't start. I guess what we could do is we could put in another Luton player in here, like Gabriel Oso, who's in a Premier League Winter Special, which we're not going to win anyway. So why don't we do that? We could put Oso in here. Let's do that. Yeah, let's do that. So Oso will come out. We'll put Oso in there. Then we give the captaincy to Ogiwara. Then we confirm that team there, like so. Right, so now at the moment, our Cap 220 team is looking like this here, which I think is okay. I think that's fine. The game week starts in 45 minutes, by the way, guys, so just make sure that you're doing your last-minute checks and everything. Then Cap 240, I think, is better, actually, with Garterman in there, because we don't have as many Luton Town players in a horrible fixture. But obviously, if Luton do great, then we should still do good from the Luton Town players we've got. So just trying to minimise the risk here a little bit. And then Patrick Van Aanholt was the captain. We could also put Garterman as the captain, but I think, like, we've got this big amount of XP as well on Patrick Van Aanholt. And so I think Patrick Van Aanholt can score to the same level as Garterman. So why captain a Garterman who's got 2.5%, and we can captain Patrick Van Aanholt who's got 9.5%. Just going to get more truck for the captaincy, right? Like more bigger points than we would get by captaining Garterman. We need to just quickly fix our... Well, this is done, isn't it? Because we know that he's not playing. Let's at least put it on someone who has a chance of playing. That's fine. We need to fix this one. Not that this is going to win anything for us anyway, but let's try it with the DMP goalkeeper, right? We go into it. Now we can put Colton Morris in here. And then we can probably put Doughty in here. This is where I'm happy to put Doughty. Because this team's not going to win anything anyway, I don't think, with a DMP goalkeeper. So let's put Doughty in here. Where's he gone? Right, he's in that other one. Let's put Doughty in there. And then let's have a look at Jordan's projection, because we haven't looked at it yet for Luton. Okay. So Paddy Ruddock, Ogben, Colton Morris, Doughty, Amari Bell. Oso and Kabor. Right. We need a midfielder. This is a slight issue. Well, let's put Mpanzu in there because Jordan's projecting him to start. He has started as well, isn't he, Mpanzu, in the last, I think, the last 2 games, was it? Mpanzu. He started the last 2 games, but he's not done that great. Yeah. And then what we can do here, because this is completely punty, we can like put the captaincy on Doughty. And then if it doesn't work out, that's fine, because we're playing with a DMP goalkeeper in there anyway. Let's do that. Let's continue. All right, then we need to fix this one, apparently, which we'll just do because, you know, might as well. Let's put Adebayo in there like that. Do that. I don't think it's probably, I don't think we can. No, we can't. We can't even do a third team here because we don't have enough goalkeepers to do it. All right. I think those are our teams that are done now. And they're changed quite a bit, actually. But I think that this is probably better. And then Captain 40 like that. Okay, so our main goal this week is to try and hit the threshold in the midweek. And then if we do, great. If we don't, at least we put our best players in there. I'm going to be back in a second, guys, so don't go anywhere. Literally a 2 minute little break here. 1 second. All right, we're back again, and I didn't realise this at all until I just nipped off the stream for a second there. I didn't realise that I had one of the Free Tit Scout Fun coupons available, which was Pick My Lineup. I did not realise that I had that open, so there you go. Raul, you have activated it, so I will do it. And yeah, I'll pause the other ones for now. But yeah, we'll do your one. So Raul, let me know your Sorare manager name, and then we'll find you on Sorare data, and then we'll pick a lineup for you, man, for the next game week. Let's come out of here. Guys, also don't forget to do your academy teams as well. Oh, you can register for all of these now as well. Oh no, these are just the same ones. Okay, fine. Where's Raul? Where you at, man? Until when can I get opted? You can get opted like basically right up until the rewards. You don't get opted. You don't stop getting opted when the game week ends. You can still get opted after the game week ends, as in when it closes. I think there's like I think there's probably like a point where they then process the rewards, right? So up until the point they process the rewards, which I don't know the exact time, but yeah, essentially after the game week closes, you can still be opted, and then they're going to be processing the rewards, and then once they then lock the rewards in, then you can't be opted anymore because then the rewards are distributed, right? Where's Raul? If Raul's not here anymore, then we'll move it on. But Raul, if you're here, man, you've activated the Pick My Lineup on Twitch, so I want to basically do that for you. I bet your margin is something like, is it what, 0.3? 0.3? Oh, I was close. Well, 0.025, Similar Kate saying. I said 0.3. What is it? What are you actually on, Ligma? Bit higher, 0.86. Chat, do we think Luis Diaz starts for Liverpool? Yes, we do. Yeah. 0.86. Wow. I've also entered a team for Sorare Mega. I've entered a few, so that's already done. Hold on a minute. What we do need to do, just remembered. Let's dive into Ultimate Champions here. When does that start? Ultimate Champions. When does that game week start? Okay, so this game week starts in 4 hours on Ultimate Champions. I've done an autofill here, but I think I actually want to do have a proper go at this one. So we're gonna take this team out and then redo it, because there's a few players in here. Like, I want to try and get more Arsenal players in here if I can. We've also got 7 rewards to claim. Just loads of MGC coins, basically. So we're going to claim those, and then we're going to use those to buy a pack on Ultimate Champions. If you want to get involved in this, by the way, the link to do so is in the chat. So use that link, and you'll be able to claim a free card. Just before we go and have a look at that, have we done everything we need to here? We've got all of our academy teams locked in. I think we have. Yeah, I think we have. And then we have 2 Premier League winter specials, which are just, yeah, kind of irrelevant, really. Look at the amount of people that are entering the Premier League winter special still. 2,695 in limited, 561 in rare, 60 in super rare, 13 in unique. Now, we know that in these levels, it's going to be quite low because there's not many managers out there that have enough to put out a full kind of Premier League, like, unique. And the same for super rare. But the numbers for limited are so embarrassingly bad. Imagine like 12,000 for Cap 220, 14,391 for Cap 240. Just the numbers are so bad there. Like it's a shame to see, but it's also probably, if we're honest with it, it's probably on Sorare that, you know, I mentioned before that they announced this and then 2 weeks later it was the actual competition, right? Almost, I mean, they gave enough notice technically, but you would probably want to give a lot more notice, like maybe announce it at the start of the season or 2 months before or something, so that people then have more than enough time to start building for it, and you can ramp up the excitement for it continuously to get as many people on board for it as possible. This just seems like such a dismal number to have for what is actually a pretty cool competition, but it's almost like they haven't properly planned it. They haven't properly given it enough time for managers to prepare for it, and also for people to collect for it. Bit bizarre. Any old season Premier cards to go into Specialist, you're getting better than a 1 in 4 for $8. Yeah, the rewards in it are great, especially that there's not a lot of people in it. So you do have like a 1 in 4 chance to win something, which is brilliant. But it's just so pitiful to see that such a cool competition like this is only getting 2,695 entrants. Just like, it's almost like nobody really cares about it. You know, I thought for the limited this would have tons and tons and tons, like at least double that, but it hasn't. And I think Sorare probably need to learn from it. Give people more time to collect the cards, give a bigger window to mint more cards so they can collect them. Don't have such a restrictive requirement that requires 4 of the new season cards, you know, which is really trying to push the sales for new season cards, which I think is, you know, a little bit disingenuous as well for the people that have collected Premier League cards from last season, that then kind of felt, well, I've got like, say, you know, like 5 Premier League cards from last season, but I can only kind of use 1 of them in here, and you want me to go out and buy another 4? Not great really. So they need to learn from it, hopefully. Matthias Vecino isn't happy at Lazio and would like to leave. Galatasaray, my sign player in winter. Interesting option. He is a good option as well. Yeah, good player. All right, let's come over to UC here for a little bit. Let's claim all of these here. Claim. This still winds me up that I have to claim all of these individually. Like, what the fuck is this about, honestly? Like, give me an ability to claim all of my MGC coins in one go, no? Like, this is supposedly a sophisticated game, but at the moment they haven't been able to implement that, where rather than me just pressing one button to claim all of these MGC coins, I have to claim them individually. It's really boring. It's not even fun. If there was some fun animation, maybe, but yeah, just having to press the same thing to claim, it's just pathetic, really, in 2023. I like the game, but there's so much they have to do on stuff like this, right? Like quality of life. So anyways, we've claimed those, right? Now we need to claim 2 common cards here and then the MGC. All right, so there's the MGC, and then we get 2 common cards here. Not too familiar with, well, I'm not too familiar with Vidakov. Harvey Knibs is okay. I know of him. I didn't realize he was doing that good. Wow, he's doing amazing. Wow, that's a good card to win. Hey, FCS, just sign up with your UC link. Do you know what I have to do to get the free card? You've got to, I do. You've got to spend a minimum of $20, right, on the packs. So if you spend a minimum of $20 in the store here, so you can see that there's like a $3.49 pack here. If you go further down, you can see that there's a pack here for like, say, $29.99. There's one here for $25.49, one here for $22.49. Basically, spend a minimum of $20 on a pack, and then you'll get the free epic card. Thank you also for using the link, Nolly. I really appreciate that. And also thank you to GBR21 for the sub, man, for the resub. Thank you so much for the 10 months. A little absent lately, but my monthly support for this fantastic channel never fails. Keep up the good work. What an amazing message from GBR21. Thanks so much, man, honestly. Because the subs really ensure that I can keep running the channel. So without the subs, the channel, the channel wouldn't fail. So yeah, thank you so much, man. Really appreciate it. Right. Shall we have a go at seeing if we can get an epic card here? We have 1,050. We can get the epics in here in the jumbo pack, but there's a very low percentage to get them. I'm just having a quick look here to see if there's anything else we could get. There kind of isn't. We're short of this one. The silver pack for Summer League's Underdog, and then we're kind of short of this one as well, the silver pack. In these silver packs, actually, you have a 95% chance to get an epic, which basically means you're going to get an epic or you're going to get a mythic, which is pretty cool. And like, we're just a little bit short. We could wait. We could wait, and then we could try and get one of those. The only problem is that these are cards for the summer leagues, right? So like the Norwegian Elite Series, that's kind of finished now. Or it's about to finish. The Latvian, the Finnish, the Icelandic. These are leagues which I don't think are continuing. Whereas if we go in here, we could get an epic for somebody that is actually playing right now. What do you guys reckon? Do we go and spend our 1,000 MGC to try our luck at picking up an epic in the jumbo pack? Or do you think that we should wait and then maybe try and save up a little bit more so we could then get, like, say, 1,500 for the winter or 1,200 for this one? We're not too far away from that. Gamble. He who dares wins, says FIFA. I like that saying. I like your attitude as well. I love it. I am a bit of a gambler at heart. I like taking risks. So that's why I put it out to the chat, because sometimes I need someone to tell me, like, yeah, don't gamble, just be safe. Or sometimes I need someone to say, go on, you're feeling lucky, brave it. You only live once, so live a little, right? Sopsy says, wait. Sopsy says, wait. What are we going to do? Okay, here's what we're going to do. We could wait. We could wait because we're not too far away from being able to afford this card or this pack or this one here. And then we can kind of guarantee that we can get an epic. But for the sake of the stream and for the excitement of the stream, see what I'm doing there? I'm doing it for entertainment purposes here, rather than just because I'm feeling daring. We're doing it for the purposes of good entertainment on the stream. I'm going to go for it. We're going to go for it in the jumbo pack, where we've only got a 10% chance per drop to get one of those epic cards. So it's really unlikely that we're going to win it. But you know what? Let's do it, right? If we get one now, it's going to be like crazy, right? And I don't think that I've ever got one where you can get two. I don't think I've ever heard of anyone that's opened the pack and has got like a jumbo pack and has got two epic cards in there. So imagine if that now happened. Oh my word. The stream would explode, wouldn't it? But we're going to give it a go. Hello also to Nico. Let's do it. Let's commit to it. We're going to buy one. Here we go. We're committing to it. Buy it for 750. We've bought it. We can't go back now. It's done. There's no turning back. We're going to open the pack and we're going to see whether we've got an epic in here. Now, if we've got an epic in here, when we hover over the cards, it's going to glow purple. if we haven't got an epic in here, we're going to hover over the cards and they're just going to like glow white, which is just obviously the color of the common. Guys, pray for me. Pray for me. Let's see if we get an epic here. I've got quite a few epics already, not loads, right? I think I've got about 6 at the moment. So getting an extra one would be amazing. But yeah, we need to kind of see whether we can get one here. Look, 1, 2, 3, 4. We've got 6 epics here, which we've never bought any of these at all. Well, we bought the Garuti one, but then the others we just won, which is pretty cool. Right, here we go. Without further ado, let's get the drum rolling for this one. Open the pack. Let's get the pack opened. Right. Here we go. Hover time. Let's hover over the first one. It's hovering white. It's glowing white. It's a common. We haven't got an epic there. So that's a common. Let's hover over this one. It's hovering white. I don't think this is going to pay off, is it? I don't think this has paid off. It's hovering white. It's another common. Last but not least, is it gonna glow purple? Oh, it's glowing white. We didn't get one, guys. We didn't get one. So the moral of the story here is just save. Don't be daring. Just save. Oh dear. All right. Let's reveal them all. All right. We got Nemanja Petrovic, a defender. We got Bam Boy for Rapid Bucharest there. And then we got Regan Hendry from Tranmere, who's got okay levels of scoring. Not amazing, but we take them, right? They can help us here. Yeah, it didn't work out, did it? We were brave. They say that fortune favors the brave, but apparently that's a complete lie. We tried it and we failed. But we've got 300. We only need another, what, 400 or so? 449, so that we can then afford to do it again. So maybe that's what we do. We try it again. For now, let's try and lineup build for Ultimate Champions, where the game week starts in 4 hours' time. We've already got a lineup for it, but I think I want to do a better one. Let's go and build the squad. All right. So when I done this squad, I literally just press autofill. I haven't picked any of these myself. The computer's done it for me. The game's done it for me. We're going to bin the team, and we're going to try to build this team. Oh my God, look at that. This is why I wanted to do it again. The computer, the game has auto-picked David Marshall, who's going up against Celtic away. That's that's what you call fantasy football suicide. Picking a goalkeeper that's going away to Celtic. No, thank you. I'm going to take control now, computer, and I'm going to fix your mess of a team. We've got Leno at home against Nottingham Forest, which is way better. We've got Trafford away to Wolves, which is okay, but not great. We've got Fodringham, which we want to avoid. We're going to pick Leno here. I think Leno's the pick. At home against Nottingham Forest, it's not easy, but Leno could also produce a really big score here. So let's do Leno. Who would you guys pick? Like if you were me right now, who would you pick? I'll ask you guys per each position. Who would you guys pick here for this team? Leno, Marshall, Trafford, Fodringham. I don't think you want to be picking Dunham or Lemaitre. Who would you guys pick in the chat for this one? I mean, David Marshall's in really good form, isn't he? But again, it's Celtic away. I think it's like a big avoid, isn't it? I think Leno's the standout, isn't he? Leno here. Any other takers to Leno? Would you not pick Leno? Who in the chat here would not pick Leno? Who would pick someone like David Marshall or James Trafford? If you would, it's cool. I wanna hear why you'd pick them. Because Trafford, to be honest with you, Trafford's not really a bad pick. I mean, this is not a good fixture for them, and you'd expect Wolves to kind of edge it, but there should be lots of goals in this one. Guys, where are we at in the chat? Sopsy says Leno as well. Leno, but did have a head injury. Is Leno projected to play? That's a good point. We haven't even checked that, really. Let's have a little gander. He's at 60%. Okay. Yeah, so, yeah, this could be a little bit risky, right? What we might need to do... Okay, so what we probably need to do here is, because he's at 60% and he actually might not start, what we'll do, because this is the great thing about Ultimate Champions, is you can assign subs so that if Leno doesn't play, if Leno DMPs, then we can it just automatically drafts in somebody else. So what we'll do is we'll put Trafford in here as well. So yeah, if Leno DMPs, then Trafford is going to score points for us, which is cool. Right, defensively, I think we want to be going for Arsenal here as much as we can. I think we also want to be picking Frankie Kent, because Frankie Kent's brilliant. We actually don't have a load of really good options here. We've got loads of Sheffield United. We've got Brest here. I don't want to look at that, though. Loco, he doesn't score that good in Ultimate Champions. We've got Gabriel Tomiyasu, Frankie Kent. So what we could do, and this is another cool thing, is that you can change the formation. So because we've only really got, what, 3 solid defenders here, I think I want to put my formation at 3-5-2. So we're going to switch that to 3-5-2, like that. And then we're going to put Frankie Kent in there, Tomiyasu, and then Gabriel in there. We'll just double check it. For Kent should play, because he usually plays, right? He's like the main starter. There you go, Frankie Kent, and he's an absolute monster as well, by the way. Look at that, Frankie Kent, 66, 61, 58 is brilliant. Is Tomiyasu injured, is he? That's what we need to check, yeah. There's a little gander right now. So look at the Arsenal team here. Oh, yeah, I think you're right. Yeah, Tomiyasu's questionable, isn't he? Okay. Tomiyasu's questionable, and he's actually not even in the lineup. So, what we might need to do then is take him out. Or we could leave him in, and then we just have... We could leave him in. Again, this is kind of cool. We can leave him in, and then if he doesn't play, if he's actually kind of injured, then... Like, let's say that he's out of the squad, then he's going to come out, and then it's going to put a different defender in. So we can leave, well... Okay, let's go back here. Probably he's not going to play, as you guys are saying. We've got this guy here, Cisse. We've got Loco. Cisse's got a home game against Bordeaux. Loco probably needs to come in here just because he's got a home game against Strasbourg. Even though he doesn't score that good in the game. Let's do that. So Tomiyasu's in there, and then defensively, we're going to have a substitute to come in, which is probably going to be Bradley Loco. This is what I love about Ultimate Champions, is that it's fine if he's going to DMP, or even if he kind of comes off the bench. That's not going to be great, but we can take a bit more of a risk with him. And if he doesn't play at all, it's fine, because we're just going to have someone that automatically comes in to replace him. So let's put Loco in there. And then midfielder-wise, you want to put Saka, Odegaard. Perret's quite good, but Perret doesn't look like he's been playing much at all. Oh, do we want to do 3-5-2 here? I don't think so. Probably not. Maybe 3-4-3. There might be... Yeah, we might need to do 3-4-3 here. Oh, we're struggling here a little bit. Not going to lie, we're kind of struggling. This guy's out injured. We're going to play him. Well, Holmes not going to play, is he? Holmes not going to play. So that's not going to work. Let's have a look at this here. Let's have a look at for France and then for League Two. And then if we look at Reuven here. So there's Garland, who we're going to be picking. Where is he? Is he out? Injured? Is Pirret out? Oh, he's injured. Look. Balthazar Pirret's injured. Okay. That's a little bit annoying because he's actually really good. So why don't we go back here? Nadia's got a home game against Leon, but he's not been scoring that well. We might need to pick him though, because Holmes not going to play. Scotland, Celtic. Holmes not going to play, is he? Yeah. Odin Holm at 20%. Yeah, of course he's not going to play. Okay. So we're putting Nadia in, which isn't great, but we're running out of options here now. We're putting Nadia in. And then we switch it to a 3-4-3. And then up front, we play Malali. Then Diaby. Oh, Diaby's got a horrible game, isn't he? Against Man City. And then maybe Pitu. Probably Pitu. And then what we probably need to do as well, we should have another sub here. So then we can have Cisse here as the additional player in case any one of these guys DMPs. We can put Cisse in like that. Loco, and then the goalkeeper here. Goalkeeper, Trafford. Okay. And then, yeah, as a captain, I think we have to put Saka as the captain, don't we? Against Luton. I mean, Odegaard's probably quite good too. Odegaard's probably better because they're going to need someone like him to try and unlock the defense. Let's do Odegaard here. Let's do that. I fancy him more than Saka. Let's confirm that. Okay. So now we have this team here. We're going to be entering into Ultimate Champions. 3-4-3, mainly with Arsenal players as much as we can. It's actually pretty good. I think that's better than what the team that it built for us, actually. For the tournaments we've just done autofill. We've done autofill for the tournaments. So yeah, with the tournaments here, I just literally done autofill. We haven't done one for Ultimate Champions, have we? We have, but it's kind of not done that great. It's okay though. It's fine. Is anybody playing Ultimate Champions this week? Is anybody fancying their chances to get into the top 20? Because you need to get into the top 20 positions on Ultimate Champions. Look, you can see here, top 20, win 100 champ coins and then 1 epic. And it's the epic that you really want to be winning. Is anybody fancying their chances this week? Also, do we have anybody on the stream from YouTube? I feel like we've been streaming to YouTube, but we're not getting anybody coming on from YouTube, no? Where you at, guys? Where you at in the chat? Twitch gang, yeah, very much a Twitch gang, isn't it? the Twitch posse. Yeah, I quite like that we're streaming to YouTube, but maybe it's because we just don't have that those numbers up yet. I don't see anybody in the chat from YouTube. That's the only thing. I don't think we've got anyone over from YouTube at the moment. We don't. There's nobody that's been tuning in from YouTube. Bit of a shame. Who's guys? You fancying your chances in Artwork Champions this week? That's a question out for the whole chat. Again, if you're not playing it, you should be. It's free to play. You got nothing to lose at all. And it's actually quite a nice little distraction from Sorare as well. It's a nice little distraction. I quite like it. I haven't been playing it as hard as what I maybe want to, but I think that I might start playing it more seriously probably after Christmas in the new year. Might start investing, putting some money into like more cards because we've got kind of 6 at the moment. As I say, guys, if you want to play it, then use the link in the chat, please, because it helps to support the channel as well. Let's go back to Sorare. There's only 6 minutes. Well, there's 5 minutes left, actually, to enter a lineup into Sorare. Let's double check that we're happy with everything here. Okay, we're happy with that. Had my second attempt this week at 240 and hit the threshold in SR. Also hit in rare in limited. Wow. You must be delighted with that, FIFA. Well played. Really well done. Especially in SR. It's a really good effort. What was your team in SR, man? Insane. Seeing that 0.116 ETH coming in is nuts. Yeah, I've started to look at SR. I don't think I'm ready yet for it because I think I need one more rare goalkeeper, and then once I get that next rare goalkeeper, then I can start to have a serious look at trying to pick up some SR players. But I've kind of started to scout for them already. It's quite a challenge, actually, a scouting challenge to look for SR players, right? To try and get them like for a good price because there's just so few of them that, you know, even if the players aren't that great, they're still kind of expensive. And you almost don't want to be picking up just an average player in SR for just to keep the cost down. I feel like it's very much the scarcity where if you're going to be picking players in it, you need to be trying to get some of the good ones, right? And they obviously cost a lot. So yeah, I can't wait to get stuck into it, but I think probably it's going to be the point that I get to maybe next summer, like properly. I hope so anyway. Have a good one, lads. Thank you so much, Samila Kate, for jumping in. Appreciate it, man. All right. Cap 270 limited is fine, even though it's kind of not. And then a Cap 240 rare we can't do anything with either. It's just we don't have any more goalkeepers. This is the problem. Yeah, we don't. How much was Luke Browers going for recently as well? I wonder if Luke Browers was actually selling for more right up until this this deadline. Okay. No, that was the expensive one, wasn't it? Yeah, 16 hours ago. A few cards up for sale, but they haven't been selling. Cool. Forwards are quite a bit of a pain. Defenders and midfielders are quite okay in terms of price, yeah. Do you have a goalkeeper? You must have a goal. I mean, the goalkeepers are going to be mad expensive, right? SR goalkeeper. And again, I feel like that's, you know, for SR, for the threshold, it's probably okay to get a goalkeeper that's not like amazing, but then you're going to be picking up like probably an average goalkeeper and just spending a lot on a very average goalkeeper. Rashkovic for 0.7, and then somehow got the backup 2 at 0.06. Yeah, that's good. Because Rashkovic is I actually remember your team now, because I remember we looked at it on the stream. I remember that when we looked at Rashkovic, he's so good because you get so much good utility out of him, and he's still quite young, isn't he? Okay, 1 minute until the game week starts, guys. How quickly has that gone? Literally, I felt like we started this lineup building for it and started to talk about lineup building 20 minutes ago. That's been 2 hours has gone by. Well, 3 hours, technically. It's gone so quickly. Let's get ready for the new game week, which starts. We'll take a quick break because we need to also... we've been live for 3 hours. It'll be good just to take a breather. And then when we come back, we're going to have a new game week to build for. And we're also going to need to start to put our predictions together for Pooky. Ultimate Champions is done now, so we don't need to look at that. But yeah, there's a lot more that we need to do. So yeah, we're going to be back in about 5 minutes, guys. So don't go anywhere. Stay connected. And I will see you guys in about 5.
Welcome to the real world.
All right, guys, we're back again, and it is a new game week. So we have more lineups to build. Hooray! Fun and games, right? I feel like we're just constantly in this cycle of building lineups, building lineups, building lineups. But it's pretty cool. We're getting into a good flow, and we are going to do some lineup building now for, I think it's what, game week 431, isn't it? Game week 431 for the weekend. So we're going to get an early start on that. I can also see, since we've been on a little bit of a breather there, and now we come back, we've got David Boonig. So David Boonig, who says, whoa, YouTube live stream question mark. Yes. So going forward, every single time I stream now simultaneously. So at the same time to Twitch and to YouTube. So a big hello to anyone, including David, who's tuning in from YouTube. I can see the chat. You won't be able to see a whole load of the chat because there's tons of chat going over on Twitch. Unfortunately, I can't merge the chats. Technically, I could. I know how to do it, but we're not allowed to do it. So yeah, I can see your chat, but if you can't see anything going on in the chat, don't worry. I'll try and connect it all. And of course, feel free to jump over onto Twitch as well if you have a Twitch, because then you'll be able to get fully involved in everything. But yeah, hello to David Brunig and everyone else who's tuning in from YouTube. Right, so our lineups are in for the midweek. Let's refresh this one here. Okay. And let's get a head start now on entering our lineups for the weekend. Now, what we're going to do, and what we usually do, but I've realized on the streams, probably the last few streams, I've realized that we haven't been doing it. What we should do is we should just enter our teams in as quick as possible, and then we can fix them later. That's what we're going to do right now. That's what we have been doing in the past, but we've just been forgetting to do that now. So Cap 240 rare, for example, we're just going to confirm that. Has it been confirmed? I don't think it can be confirmed because it's over the cap. Yeah, it's over the cap. So what we're going to do is take out him. Let's put in Moll on here for now. We're going to come back and we're going to sort that out later. Right, boom, done. Next team, Cap 220 rare. Let's get involved in this one. We can confirm that. Let's confirm it. Boom. Right. Then we want to also confirm All-Star. All-Star, can we just confirm that? We should be able to. There we go. That's done. Boom. Cap 270 rare. Confirm. That's done. Those are all our rare teams, so that's good. Under 23, we're just going to enter that in for now. We're going to come back and sort that out later. Second div, we're going to confirm that too. It's pretty easy because we kind of now know with our gallery what the main competitions are that we focus on every weekend. And they don't tend to change that much, really. So if you play, like, for example, Champion America every weekend, then you can just confirm the team again, right? And then sort it out a little bit later. Cap 270, Cap 240, confirm. Nice and easy. Confirm the Cap 220. We can't because we're over the cap. Okay, let's sort it out by taking Lionel Carroll out. And then we put in somebody for now that's got a 44 cost. Like Amari Bell for now. Then we can come back and sort that out later. Okay, that's done. All-Star, we need to confirm All-Star. All right. Oh, can we not confirm All-Star? Okay, we can't. Let's do that for now. Done. All right, Prem Winter Special. Enter one for that. Kaminsky. Isikabor. Alfie Doty. Ogben. Definitely don't. We're not going to win anything here. Look, Luton, Man City. This is a disaster from the start. That'll do. Done. Right. Register another one. Kroll. Add Mads Anderson. Nakamba. Do that. Do that. Like that. Okay. James Shea. Burke. Chong. Adebayo. Panzu. Done. Okay. Would love a delete all teams button. Yeah, I would love a delete all teams button too. You know, I'd also love. I would also love an autofill button. I really would. And it's not because I would use it to do my lineups. I would love an autofill where the game would. I'd like to be able to see what the game would pick for me. You know, like similar to what you get on Ultimate Champions, similar to what you get on the lineup builder here. Like, you know, when you say suggest a lineup, not telling me to pick my lineup. You're telling me as a game, this is the lineup that you would suggest, maybe based off the L15s or something, right? I'd love to be able to see that. And yeah, also a delete all. That delete all should have been in the game for ages now, and it's not. Again, it's another one of those quality of life things that Sorare have just been asleep on. They've been asleep on it for a long time. Yeah, there is that there, FIFA, but what we're talking about here is that you can just do it here, right? So rather than having to go into my lineups and then kind of like do delete all, there should just be an ability here where you can basically just do it from this screen as well, rather than having to go. It's not too much of an issue. You can go into my lineups here and then just do delete all, right? You're saying that, that's fine. But yeah, there should also be an option to do it here. Right. Let's crack on. Cap 240 rare. I think also what there should be is there should be an option where you go into the team and it just clears. You can just, with one button, clear the team. I mean, like, clear this team here. Like, rather than me having to take these guys out, just press clear all and just reset it, right? Reset it perfectly. Let's do it in Cap 240. I think Cap 240 is going to be difficult. It's going to be tricky. Let's have a little look. I was looking at this the other day, so I know it's really going to be tricky. Right. Ali Varul's got an L15 of 41. This is what I was talking about. Ali Varul hitting these really bad scores is actually perfect because it now means that he's a very good option cost-wise for Cap 240. I don't like any of these fixtures, but we probably have to target Ali Varul here over Kofi. Hmm. Hmm. This isn't good. I don't really like this fixture for Tucci. Yeah, difficult. Difficult. I don't think we're going to hit the threshold this weekend. Unless we get really lucky. I don't think we're going to be able to do it. Our forwards are a problem. And then we have 42. So maybe the play here is to not play that. Could play anti-air seg there, and then we have 47, which then means that we can afford to play Pappy with a difficult game, actually, but that might be the better way to do it for Threshold. Like that. And then give the captaincy to someone like Smolcic or Zalahi. Do Smolcic for now. Kadri does have a good fixture. He does have a really good fixture. We wouldn't be able to fit him in, unfortunately, here. I'd like to, in a way, because he's got a good fixture that could be a good captaincy option here as well. But we'd have to find points off airseg here. As in, we'd have to put in someone like Figueiredo. I don't really want to be playing Figueiredo in this fixture. I don't really want to be playing him in All-Star. He's not really an All-Star player. So it's a little bit of a shame because we're going to play Salahi and Smolcic. They've got a really good game at home against Slaven. But then, yeah, we're just a little bit short to be able to afford Kadri. The benefit is that we will play Kadri probably an All-Star. Yeah, that's probably what we'll do. So let's confirm that for now. Yeah, if we played Advancing, we could, but I don't want to play Advancing in Camp 240 because he's not realistically at the moment going to help us to 280 points, right? And Victor Advancing with an L15 of 39 means that it's not optimal to play him in Cap 240. We should be playing him in Cap 220 with that L15, which is what we're going to do. I don't even think that is an easy game for him either. It is at home, but it's not the sort of game that I would expect him to score. He's not been scoring, for fun at the moment. So we're kind of, one of the problems that we've got here is that, and this is why I said I think that we could struggle to hit the threshold, is because our forwards all don't really have good games, Utrecht are not great, but I don't trust that Edvardsen could actually score against Utrecht. And then if Edvardsen doesn't score, he has no AA to help us, right? So if he doesn't score, he's going to literally score 39. If he doesn't get goal involvement, it's a score of 40. Now, Esseg, if he doesn't score too, he can often just give us a score of 39-40. But I think I trust Esseg more to get involved in some kind of a goal against Gorica. Tucci's got a home game against Hajduk and he's too expensive as well. Biaki's he's got a difficult game, too expensive to fit in this team. So out of the 49 and below forwards that I've got, probably is Anti-Essig who I trust more than Figueiredo, Edvardsen, Henry, and Dower Dyke's not even playing. Yeah. I don't think it's looking good. No, FIFA. I don't think it's looking good. You know what? I'm very much, right? Maybe this is not the right way to look at things, right? But I am very much like this. If I see a competition and I see the bare minimum and I just think that the bare minimum is trash, then I'm going to put the bare minimum into that competition. If the bare minimum is quite high, then I'll give it much more effort. So I've just been approaching the 220 as if I don't really care, almost like just putting in my leftover throwaways, right? Because it doesn't seem special to me the month long, and I'm not going to prioritize it over 240, over All-Star. Just not, because the prize pool's not significantly better as a minimum. I love 220 as well. I'm really good at 220. So I reckon that if I'd have actually been giving it more effort, then who knows, maybe at the end of the month, I could actually end up winning something. But I could also give it everything and then just come away with a, you know, a crappy card. And so that's the way I look at it, is that I could put a lot of effort in and get something back that doesn't justify the time and effort I put into it. So I just think, well, it's not worth the time or effort then. I'd much rather just do that, because then it's win-win. And I can just focus on the other competitions to try and win something in more. Yeah, the 220 is shocking, isn't it? It's awful. Like, I think Sorare have got a little bit away with that. The fact that there hasn't been such a big uproar on it. I don't know. Are we all sleeping at the wheel on that one? It's not good at all. Let's enter this team in like that. Right. So at the moment, this is our cap 240 team to try and hit the threshold. I think it's going to be difficult for us to hit the threshold with this team. I do. The next team we need to prioritize is All-Star Rare, where we need to play Hervey Kofi. We need to play Bokat here, I think. Yeah, we need Bokat in there. Then what we could do is we could then play Kadri here. Yeah. We can play Kadri here. Like that. Then what we can do is we can then play Indrit Tucci here. And then we can give the captaincy to Kadri. That's actually a heavy hitting team, but there's some difficult fixtures in there, which means that I don't think it's going to deliver any kind of card reward, because Kofi's going to concede probably 3 goals here. And then we're relying on these 2 forwards to get a goal against difficult opponents, and I don't think that they can do it. Yeah, I've also heard that too, Ligma, about Salahi potentially joining Hajduk. That could be quite nice, right? Because if Salahi joined Hajduk, then potentially we could play Salahi and Zapa together. That could be quite interesting. Okay, so All-Star Rare is now done. It's pretty good, actually. Then Cap 220, I have an idea about what I'm going to do here. Let's take these guys out. Put Edvardsen up front, because he's got that really low L15 of 39. Then we put Zapa in here with an L15 of 50. Oh, Sandy Walsh is a horrible game, but he's also got a low L15. Let's put Sandy Walsh in here. Like that. We could potentially play Arda in there with a cost of 48 as well. In fact, let's do it for now. We put him in like that. Then we have 47 for a goalie. Yeah, Hughes just broke his arm. Yeah, he's out. Is it possible to get the Show Me the Money, but you buy a player for £20 and I buy that car for 10? No, it's not, man. Sorry, buddy. It's £10 only. Right. We have up to 47. Okay, we don't actually have a lot of goalkeepers here, do we? Mark Martinez, we have a few times, and then we have Florian Kastenmeier. Got Tascaran, Lovro Mashkick. So I think we need to put Mark Martinez in here. And then we captain Zapa. Like that. Continue. Okay. And then whoever goes into our cap 270 is just a throwaway. Yeah, so Siebenhandel. We must have a defender here. Probably Samba Camera. Yeah. Samba Camera. Then Oggen or Sander van der Streek. Maybe both, actually. Let's put Oggen in there for now. And then we've got Thomas Henry or João Figueiredo. Let's put João in here. I think I might want to put Thomas Henry in here. Let's do Thomas Henry for now. Nah, he's got Lazio. That's pretty horrible. Let's do Sander van der Streek as the extra. Yeah, let's do that. And then we captain who? Figueiredo? Let's do that. Okay. Right. You guys know what time it is. It's under 23 picking time. So, the chat. Who do you want to see in the under 23 team this weekend? Who do you want to see? I mean, I don't think we have to play Mash Kick because Tangvik no longer has a game. So we have to play Mash Kick. Who are the under 23 players that you guys want to see? We have Lang or we have Corridor. Does Corridor have a game? Oh, Corridor doesn't have a game. Okay, so that's easy then. So we put Lang in. And then defensively, you guys have a choice between Odilon Kosanu or Ivan Smolcic. I think we should be doing Smolcic here, and then we can then pair Smolcic up with Fruk and Jankovic. What do you guys think? So we do Smolcic here, and then we do Fruk, and then Jankovic like that. I think that's probably going to be the best team we can put out for that. Like we're already, we don't have a choice on our forward or our goalkeeper because our other forwards and goalkeepers don't have games. So we have to play Christoph Lang, which is actually kind of cool because it's a good game for him. And then we have to play Mash Kick. We don't have to play Smolcic. But then I think that this game is perfect for Rijeka at home against Slaven, who aren't that strong. And then Fruk is the captain, you guys are saying, right? He's in good form at the moment, isn't he, Fruk? Look, 77, 75, 43, 72, 68. He done really well for us when we captained him on the weekend. Jankovic has kind of tailed off a little bit, hasn't he? Look, 31, 46, 44 in his last three. So yeah, let's give Fruk the captaincy for now. And then confirm that. And then at the moment, this is your under 23 team, guys, for the weekend. So Mash Kick, Smolcic, Jankovic, Lang, and Fruk. And Fruk is the captain. That's good, no? That's pretty strong. I mean, if we can't win a card award with that team with those fixtures, then the Mash Kick one is a little bit tricky. The Mash Kick one is a little bit tricky. So I'm not really expecting Mash Kick to score that good, but the others should be able to score pretty decent, no? Is it just me that thinks the latest score should be on the right? Yeah, I know what you mean. I know what you mean. So the latest score really for Frook, this 77, should be here, shouldn't it? Rather than being on the left. It was like that before, but then they changed it. They made it so that the latest score was now on the left, but it used to be that the latest score was on the right. Arthur Nice, thank you so much for the follow, man. Not the follow. Thank you so much for the sub. Thank you so much, man, for the tier 1 and the 7 months. Hi, it's been a while. 1 or 2 DMPs in every lineup. Last game week, except Capsule 40 and EPL special. How'd you do? Well, we hit the threshold. We hit rare threshold, man. So we're pretty happy with that. Yeah, that's obviously our main objective, and we hit it. So no card reward, but it's fine. What we win in cash is worth more than the card rewards that we're going to win. So under 23 is done. Okay. Second div. Second div is probably going to stay the same or close to. Borgia Baston's game's not good. Sione's not quite been doing it. But we're hoping with the stack potential that when they do it together, then it works out really well for us there. We have to play Castamire in here. We are going to be playing Cass Odenthal in here as well. And then as the extra... Okay, so as the extra, we could look at Philip Heiser here, I think, or Kevin Kraus, but I think that Heiss is the better option. So yeah, that team actually doesn't change from what we had it. Nice and easy. The only thing that I think we change here is that we probably take the captaincy off Heiser here. We give it to Cass Odenthal instead, like that. Yeah, cool. Premier League Specialist, let's come back to that later. EA Sports Specialist, I think we can put a throwaway team in there. In fact, that is the throwaway team. Yeah, that is the throwaway team. Champion Asia? What can we do for Champion Asia here? I was going to say, we don't really have players with games at all. We don't have a goalkeeper that's got a game. Wow. Yeah, this is a cancel. We can't do anything here. Delete that one. Champion America. We might be able to put out a team for this, but it might not be very good. Okay, so Perenick is the only one with a game, the only goalkeeper with a game. Do we not have an American defender? We do. Got Brian Ramirez. Okay, Ramirez goes in here then. With POV. Do we not have a forward? Damn, we don't have a forward. Okay. Would maybe need to swap in somebody for this then. Will you be keeping Perinic? I think he runs out of contract at Catalonia. Yeah, probably. Yeah. He didn't cost me a lot of money. I think he only cost me like £2 or something. So you might as well keep him. Let's put Johnny Russ in there. I think we need to try and get a swap going. We're not going to spend money on a limited card, but we will swap out cards that we don't need to then try and bring in like a forward for America. So that's something that we need to look at tonight. Scouting for a new limited American forward. It'll be good for next year as well, but maybe somebody has a game this weekend. Yeah. I'd like to sell all my limited cards and move to Captain Fully Rare, but I enjoy setting more than one lineup. Just having one rare lineup would be boring. Yeah, I think that's why a lot of managers feel the same and that they've kind of kept their limited lineups, because having multiple lineups is kind of fun, right? Having lots of different players is quite fun from different areas. If I didn't have all these limited lineups, then Sorare would be very boring. It would save me a lot of time, but I would effectively just have to put 4 rare lineups together, which I've done in 5 minutes, and then that would be it. That'd be it done, right? So kind of having all the limited is cool because, yeah, it allows you to follow more games, doesn't it? And just the fun aspect of it is really cool. Let's put Michael Hoyos in here. This is such a poor team, this America team, that I don't think even if we brought somebody in, it would help us to a card ward. But if we can get somebody in quite cheap, then we'll look at doing it. So for now, let's do that. Okay, and then Challenger. Right, Tascaran DMP'd in the last game, and I don't know why. I would like to know why as well. Okay, he has an injury, an unknown injury. It's not great. Because he's pretty much our only challenger goalkeeper. Wow, this could be tricky this weekend. This could be really tricky. Because if we've only got one kind of goalkeeper for challenger, can we even enter a decent challenger? I don't think we can. Can we? Let's have a little look. Hello to Mark Gork. How you doing, man? Guten Tag. Servus. When I moved to Rare, I made sure I could have limited lineups as well. In Limited, I have a 240 team, a Champ Euro team, and any spares in 220. Yeah, I think when you move to Rare, you actually don't need to have lots of limited teams, do you? In Limited, in my opinion, the only teams that you really need to, the only competitions that you really need to play in Limited are Cap 240, Cap 220, and then All-Star. It's pretty much the only 3 that I would focus on in Limited. All-Star is obvious because it's the flagship competition where the best prizes are. And then Cap 220 and Cap 240, if you're going to build for Cap 240, you might as well then have a team for Cap 220 because you can switch the players from 220 to 240 quite easily. The players go, they complement those 2 competitions. And obviously with 220 as well, you don't even need to have like a limited goalkeeper. So just keeps the cost down, keeps your investment down in Limited. And then 240 is a given because, of course, you got the $5, right? Threshold in there. Other than those 3, I don't think that I would focus on anything else in Limited. If I was starting today with the knowledge that I had, those would be the only 3 limited teams that I would build. I would ignore everything else. Win 1 threshold and you can buy 3 limited teams. Yeah, win 1 threshold in Rare. Yeah, absolutely. My aim is to have 3 or 4 collections of teams I like to follow in Limited and the best rares, yeah. If I was starting today, then I would just buy, I would do what you're saying, League Well. I would target like 2 or 3 teams, right? And then just build a collection with those 2 or 3 teams. And then maybe not even a collection really, just pick 5 like good limited players from the same team. And then that'll be one of my teams that I will use for Cap 240. Then do another team for 220, then another one for All-Star. And then obviously if some of the players' L15s go too high, where you can't play all 5 from the same team in Cap 240 or Cap 220, then you just basically use a player from your all-star team who hopefully then has a lower L15 just to kind of throw them into 220 or 240. So yeah, I definitely wouldn't have collected so many different types of players, but at the same time, I'm kind of happy that I did because it exposed me to loads of different teams and loads of players out there. Like one of the problems though with building a collection or a stack is that it gets really boring. You know, like Sorare, and it's actually interesting. Some of you guys might have noticed it as well, is that Sorare, like a year ago, a year and a half ago, 2 years ago, there was a big emphasis on scouting, scout, try and discover players in their game, right? Try and unearth those gems in the game. You might have noticed that the messaging that's coming out from Sorare is not about scouting and discovering those players anymore. The message is just go and collect. And so they've been stealthily, because it's been done very under the radar, and you know, you might not have even noticed it because they haven't made a big deal about it. But it used to be about, as I say, scouting, trying to pick up loads of different players, trying to almost compete in loads of different competitions with loads of different players, right? But then with all the changes that they've made and the fact that they are prioritizing and they're pushing everyone to build collections, it's no longer about trying to find a good player, like one good player from some random team in the middle of the jungle in Peru. It's actually either buy that whole team to build a collection, or just go and buy another team and just play with that team. It's not technically true, but when you're building a collection and when you are encouraging your users to build collections, then most of the time managers are just going to play those. They're going to stack, and the stacking's cool, but the stacking also takes, in my opinion, a lot of the fun away about discovering those 1 or 2 players that, you know, like are maybe the only players that you would want to look at from a team, because the rest of the players aren't that great. And so you then discover that player and you think, oh, cool, I want to go and buy that player because it'd be quite good. And you can still do it, but as we talked about at the start of the stream, limited now is kind of at the point where it's incredibly difficult, I think, to be winning on a consistent basis with a non-stack team. It really is. If you have a stack team or a large stack contingent in the team, I think you've got a way better chance of winning than you do just kind of putting in 5 different players from 5 different lineups because you spent the time to scout them and you discovered that they're really good players. Just, it doesn't seem to work like that anymore. Hobby skill art. So is a stack of one team better than playing with players of different teams? Yeah, in my opinion, yeah. Unfortunately. Well, unfortunately or fortunately. But I think, yeah, pretty much. If I started Sorare today, I wouldn't. You can see here on the left-hand side, right? I've got all these different players from all these different teams, right? I wouldn't actually have that if I started Sorare today. I would just target. The scouting part would be working out what is a good, smart team to target. And then you target that team and you just basically go and pick up like as many of the best players as you can from that team. And then basically get a collection bonus stack from doing that. And hopefully get the new season bonus as well. And then if you pick the right players from that team and they all do really well, because the team does really good, then I think you've got a really good chance of getting into the rewards. I think the thing with stacks is that if you just play every single player from the same team, then I don't think that is optimal. But if you can almost play 3 or 4 players from the same team and then maybe 1 differential, then I think that is better. There will be some games, though, where playing a full stack is fine. Like Liverpool, for example, going up against Sheffield United. If you have a Liverpool team, like playing a full 5 of Liverpool against Sheffield United is probably going to be the one, right? But there's going to be some other trickier games where maybe just playing a handful of those Liverpool players will be better, and then targeting, say, one or two from a different team that actually have an easier fixture, then could actually help that team to do really well. Especially in 240, it's important to have collections. Yeah, it really is. I think this is the kind of the annoying thing, is that, as I mentioned, Sorare never used to be about collections, right? Sorare was very much encouraging you to go out and buy lots of different players from different teams because it was the fun thing to do. And the whole game was kind of centered around finding those smart players and then maybe picking them up when most people don't know about them, flipping them for profit, or keeping them and then seeing that they do really well for your teams in Sorare. If you were doing that kind of strategy, which I was, and then the game shifted to collections, and then you maybe didn't get involved, you didn't buy into the collections, then it's just difficult. It's just really difficult now to do it without having players from the same team. It's just a fact. It just is. Does it make sense to stack Brentford, Fulham, or Bournemouth? Not Bournemouth. I think it does make sense for Brentford, though. Brentford's a good team to stack with, yeah. But then, technically, Hobby Skiller, what we're saying is that you could have Brentford and Bournemouth. So you could then play 3 players from Brentford, and then you could have 2 players from, say, Bournemouth, that, like maybe someone like Solanke and Philip Billing, right? And then for the other positions, you could have Mark Flecken, you could have Mbuemo, and then you could have what's that other defender, the really good defender? I always forget his name for Brentford. He's where's he at? Like the beast defender. There he is, Ethan Pinnock or Ben Mee. Yeah. So that's what we're kind of talking about here, Hobby Skiller, is that, look, if you've done a team like this, right? If we go into the concepts beta, right? If we done like, say, like Flecken, like that, right? Flecken, but then you kind of almost want to have a defensive stack because Brentford, out of those 3 teams, Brentford are the better team defensively. So then we put Pinnock in here as well, like that, right? Like that. Okay. Don't worry about the cap here because we haven't changed it, but forget about cap 240 for now. Just want to show you how to kind of almost build a team with this stack emphasis on it. And then in midfield, we're talking about Billing, right? So we put Billing in there from Bournemouth because technically he's one of the best players from Bournemouth. So Philip Billing goes in. Then up front, you have Mbuemo, right? Oh, have I spelled his name wrong? Probably have, haven't I? There we go. Brian Mbuemo. And then as the extra, we talked about someone like Solanke, for example. So then you could have Solanke for Bournemouth, or you could have Milos Kerkesh for Bournemouth if you wanted to. For now, let's just put in like Solanke in here. So I think, again, Solanke is one of the better players for Bournemouth. You've basically got like a team like this where you're just then relying on these 2 teams to do well rather than, say, 5 different teams from 5 different players doing well. And you've then got like good players that can hit really good, like hit really strong together. Forget about the cap. You know, if we were doing this for cap, then we'd choose different players, right? But if we put this in All-Star, this would be probably quite a decent team to play in All-Star. If they have good fixtures as well. This team, by the way, is £87.54 on the market. You can build this team for less than £100. That's how insanely cheap Limited is right now. No, not Neto, Flecken. Yeah, Flecken. Well, it's just an example, right? Like, we've just done that in 2 minutes. You'd probably want to do a lot more scouting. You might actually discover that you actually prefer Neto more to Flecken, right? You said that you do. So if you do, then you'd put Neto in. But we're not doing this properly. We just wanted to do it to show you the example of what we're talking about, how today in Sorare, it's much more about just trying to have collections of players rather than just one individual player from a different team. So having 5 different players from 5 different teams is actually too difficult now to outscore collections in the game most of the time. Like having 1 or 2 players from the same team is great. If you try and have 5 different players from 5 different teams, you're trying to hit a good card reward that can outscore collections and the bonuses they get. You're going to have to be incredibly lucky to do it. And that was what Sorare used to be, because they didn't even have the cap modes before. So cap mode was like not part of the game about a year and a half ago. There was no cap modes at all. It was just bog standard, just pick whoever. And so the cap modes has kind of changed it for the better, I think. But yeah. Yeah. It's all good, man. The key now is to not spend the time to scout for the 1 or 2 players from like those, like the 1 or 2 teams, right? The key is actually just to scout and think who's a good team to target rather than a good player to target. Who are the good teams to target? And then when you work out who the good teams to target are, you can then compare how much they cost to build a 5 from or to buy a collection for. And then you just go and buy the collection. You just go and buy the 5 or whatever. And then you just enter that team every week, or you then combine it, as I say, as we're doing here. You combine it with another team that you've been collecting, you know, based on their fixtures and their caps. And then that's basically how you can win, I think, in limited a lot more than entering just 5 different players that maybe you like, but just they don't synergize. It's almost just about having a synergy, right? There's no synergy. There's no collective synergy when you do it with 5 different. Yeah, exactly. And exactly what Ligma says as well. You can split the stack defensively and midfielder wise. So, or attacking wise. So like what we've done here is that we've got 2 players that contribute to the same unit. So it's like a defensive unit, right? So if defensively Brentford in a fixture got a clean sheet, then both of these 2 should do really well. And then if Bournemouth end up doing quite well in one of their games where they score lots of goals, right? Then Philip Billing and Solanke have a chance where they can both do well at the same time, because then maybe Philip Billing has provided an assist for Solanke, right? And so it's not only just about trying to stack as a team collectively, but when you then split the stacks up and you kind of combine them, it's about thinking, well, what are the stacks that work? So if we put a defender in here, Bournemouth defender, but we had like a Brentford goalkeeper, that's probably not the right play, because then you have 2 different players from different teams, but for the same defensive unit, right? Whereas actually you want to try and target players from the same team in the same unit. Because as I say, if they do good, if that unit does good, then both of those players should do well. Whereas if Brentford kept a clean sheet, but then Bournemouth didn't, then it's like, well, why didn't we just pick like another Brentford defender? Because then they do good together, or they do bad together. Hello to Sellers. How you doing, man? Sellers, how was your game week from the weekend? Any good rewards to talk about, Sellers, at all? It's tough out there, no? I didn't win any card rewards, so in case you were going to ask me, I didn't win a card reward, but I did win the $50 threshold, which is our main goal every weekend, right? To win in Sorare. But yeah, if you want a card reward, let us know, man. We had a lot of good winners on the string today. Loads of good winners on the string. We asked at the start and got some people that are in 6th place and 7th place, and some people that are smashing tier 2s and tier 3s, doing decent. Really good. Really good. 404th in cap 240, says Connor. That means it's a card reward for you, isn't it, Connor? What cap 240? Is it rare or limited, Connor? I mean, if it's rare, it's a card reward, isn't it? Because in rare, you had to kind of finish, I think it was top 485. And limited, wow. Rare, Threshy, and £8 from the Premier Winter Limited. So it looks like Sellers' Liverpool stack done pretty well again. No card rewards though, but the threshold is obviously the best thing, isn't it? It's one of the best things anyway. Good, man. Are you happy with that? I'd be happy with that, to be honest with you. How much is it to make a decent Cap 240 rare team? So we done this live on the stream, the Milky Bar Kid, last week. I think it was on Thursday. So on Thursday, I got asked a question live on the stream from, I think it was Waz, who said, like, he actually said, I wonder how much it would be to build a decent rare Cap 240 team. And I read it out and I was like, you know what? It's actually probably a good question. Like, it's something that I'm wondering too. So how much would it cost? Let's just do it now. Let's just do it like off the cuff, right? Out of the blue. And so we built like a rare Cap 240 team live on the stream, like here. And the team that I built cost £303 based off the floor price alone. So you could actually build the team for way less than that, right? If you negotiated down, made some offers, if you kind of, you know, picked them up at decent auction times. But the team that we built was brilliant. It was really good. I'm trying to remember who it was actually. Can't remember, but it's probably worth looking at the stream, I think from Thursday. And I think what it showed me, what it confirmed to me, was that I already had a suspicion that you could build a very good rare Cap 240 team for £300 or less. I think with some really smart scouting and some really smart timing, you could easily build a very good, like as in a team that can challenge for threshold regularly every week. I think you could build it for £250. Really do. 250 to 300. I think the lowest end, 250. Because there are some goalkeepers, some starting rare goalkeepers that you can pick up for £120, £150. And then you've just got £100 left over for the 4 remaining positions. And with prices the way they are right now, you can easily get a decent forward to help you for threshold for £30. And then you can get 2 defenders for less than £20, basically. And then, or maybe you could even say £20 each if you wanted to go that far. And then that leaves you, of course, with about £30 left over for the midfielder. You can easily do it. Easily. I decided to just collect the Sorare coins. Hopefully Liverpool smash Sheffield next weekend. I think they will, yeah. I think the Liverpool teams, the Liverpool stacks are going to do so well in the Premier League Winter Special because they have such good fixtures. The same with Chelsea as well. Chelsea have really good fixtures too. All right. Hopefully that answers your question. That was a question from the Milky Bar Kid. So 250 to £300. And yeah, we've actually done it live on the stream as well. Right. I don't think we can put out a team for Challenge Europe, if I'm honest with you. We're going to do it for now. But I think that we're going to have to probably end up cancelling this team. We don't have any forwards really to play here. We don't really have a goalkeeper. We don't really have a forward. Let's put a placeholder team in for now. So like Florian Ryder. FPL Thinker, hello. How's it going? Forgot about putting in teams, realised just before deadline. Lost interest in a big way. You've obviously lost interest in a big way if you didn't even enter your lineups before the deadline for the midweek. I'm sorry to hear that though. Like, I don't want to be hearing that you guys are losing interest in Sorare. I don't think anybody does that loves playing the game. Maybe it's just time just to kind of literally take a bit of a breather from it, like a hard break from it, where you don't even enter any teams for it at all for like a few weeks, and then maybe you'll get that itch then for Sorare, where you'll be wanting to get back into it a bit more. But if your heart's not in it, then just don't do it. Don't enter lineups if your heart's not in it, man. Starting to struggle to get the 5-man I want now with the cap, though. Yeah, for your Liverpool team, isn't it? In cap 270. I mean, yeah, it's gonna be tricky, isn't it, for you? Because you've got some good picks there anyway, sellers, but that's the thing. What will you do when your Liverpool 5-man team ends up going over the cap? Do you have enough Premier League players outside of Liverpool that you can then throw in to bring it down under the cap? You have had to put Billy Gilmore in this week in one of my 2 lineups. Good old Billy Gilmore. Honestly, what's happened to Billy Gilmore? Like, he was touted. What was he touted as? When he was at Chelsea, what was he touted as? Was he being touted as the next Lampard? He was being touted as the next big midfielder, wasn't he? Like a super talent, some kind of wonder kid when he was at Chelsea. And it's not happened, is it? He's still very good, though. It's not happened at all. The Scottish Iniesta, that was it, yeah. Says Adam, that was it. It was almost like the Scottish Iniesta. Thing is, I actually quite like him, but you have to say he's not anywhere near match the hype that was put on him when he was at Chelsea. Like, everyone thought that he was going to become, well, not everyone, but the hype that was being made about him was that he was going to be the next big star that comes through the Chelsea Academy, right? And actually, when you look at the Chelsea Academy, there's so many good players that don't actually make the cut and then end up going and fizzling out. I hope he's not one of them because I think he's good. But when you consider the hype and the noise that was made about Billy Gilmore, since he's kind of left, it's just not worked out for him. But he's got loads of time still. Loads of time. Yes, but still enjoy listening to your streams and discussing football. FBill Thinker, what's your verdict? What's your assessment on Man United from the weekend? Because we were talking about it on the stream, weren't we? We were saying how if you're a Man United fan, you're just not looking forward to an away game against Newcastle. And I wasn't. I'm sure you wasn't as well. And it was pretty much what we expected. Like a limp performance from Man United. Don't even score a goal. Terrible. Really bad. Absolutely bad for Man United. Man United are so good to watch and love it. Fuck off, sellers. I know you're loving it. That's what I hate. I think that's what every Man United fan hates right now. It's actually not the fact that Man United are doing poor. It's the fact that the likes of the Man City fans and the Liverpool fans, they can all just take the piss out of us, and we haven't got a leg to stand on. We can't even, we've got no ammunition to defend our club right now because we are absolute dog poo. We play dog poo. Our results are dog poo. Even the attitude and like the body language of everyone is so poo. It's awful. It's not even dog poo, that one. It's human poo. It's human feces. It's shocking. Chelsea could easily thrash United. They could. This is the thing. They could easily thrash Man United. And, you know, like Man United are playing at home, right? So Chelsea would have to go to Old Trafford, which ordinarily you'd think, okay, that's going to be difficult for them. Actually, what you're thinking now is that Chelsea could go to Old Trafford and completely play Man United off the park. I mean, that is the state of Man United right now. That you wouldn't even back them at home against anyone, I don't think. And they've shown it this season. They haven't been able to. Crystal Palace. I mean, what was that about? It was embarrassing. It's happening so often as well. Is none of the midweek games on TV? Yeah, so they are on TV, but they're on Prime. They're on Amazon Prime. Yeah. So another reason to be involved in Amazon Prime. I think we'll do a watch along. Well, some of the games are tonight, aren't they? The Luton game, funny enough, is tonight, right? So we're going to be streaming tonight, and the Luton game is actually on Prime because they all are on Prime. So we could actually. Do we want to do that? Oh, I don't know whether I want to put myself through that where we do a watch along and I have to watch Luton Town get hammered. Oh, I don't know. That seems like too self-inflicting. We could do a watch along for it though. We probably should. I mean, we're going to be live anyway tonight, so we might as well do a watch along. We're going to do some scouting, I think, and we'll do the watch along at the same time. The last Luton watch along was against the Hammers, right? Was it? It's a good question. Was it against West Ham? It might have been, you know. Yeah, I think you're right. I think it was against the Hammers, wasn't it? Honestly, if I don't see a different lineup for United tomorrow, I might not watch them. Who would you put out, Arthur? Like, what would be the... Let's bring up Man United, right? Let's bring up Man United. So, Man United were only just about able to get past Luton with a 1-0, right? That's the state of Man United right now. Currently 7th. The problem is that who do you not play and who do you put in? I mean, I kind of agree with you. It's not working the way it should be. There's too many inconsistency or inconsistent performances, and there's just too many players that are just dragging their feet. This was the lineup that Man United put out. Right. Martial up front. When you play Martial up front, you're not going to score a goal. You're just not going to score a goal. Like, Roy Keane was completely correct. He literally scores a goal every 14 years. He's not going to score unless they're Everton, because he loves to score against Everton. Garnacho, Fernandes, Rashford. It's pretty good on paper. Kobe Mainu, good youngster. Is he really ready to help take this team to the next level? I don't think so. Scott McTominay, good player. Not amazing, but a good utility player. Does what it says on the tin. Dalot, Shaw, Maguire, Wan-Bissaka. If we remove these players, who would you replace? Like, who goes in for who? Because when you look at the subs bench for Man United, that's part of the problem, look. Right? You've got Reguilon, Anthony, Amrabat, Victor Lindelof, Van der Beek, Palestri. That subs bench is awful. Højlund is brilliant, right? Højlund, brilliant. Anthony's a joker. He's just there just for tricks. It's got no end product whatsoever. Lindelof, why is he still at the club? Donny van der Beek, why is he still at the club? Palestri's not ready yet. Varane was a good player, actually. I think he's a little bit out of favour with Ten Hag, because the fact that he's not playing, but Maguire is playing and Shaw's playing as a centre-back when you've got a World Cup winning centre-back that can't even get in the team at the moment. It's a bit weird. And then, yeah, you've got Bissaka. I mean, they don't have enough quality, do they? Like, who do they have? Tom Heaton for a Nana, says Ellis. It's probably not a bad shout, to be honest with you. Luke Shaw and Varane at centre-back. I know it's harsh for Maguire, but he needs a rest anyway. Amrabat, Mino and Bruno Garnacho, Højlund and Anthony. You'd play Anthony, would you? I wouldn't play Anthony, to be honest with you. I mean, what's he going to give you at the moment, Anthony? Just don't think he offers enough at all. Bruno out, he's moaning. Waze is bringing the team down. He's quite a moaner, isn't he? For the captain, he's quite a moaner. Yeah. You know what? You know what would be ideal? This, as a Man United fan, right? This is what I would do. This is if I could do it, this is literally what I would do. I would keep Marcus Rashford. I would keep Bruno Fernandes. I'd keep Garnacho as well, because he's just like a talent you just don't want to get rid of. So I'd keep those three, right? I'd keep Højlund as well, because I think he's brilliant. Right. I'd sell Anana. I'd get rid of Anana. I'd get rid of Maguire. Get rid of Luke Shaw, Dalot, Bissaka, McTominay. Mainu, a bit harsh to get rid of him. Keep him for the moment, because he's a young up-and-coming player. Martial, what's he still doing here? Get rid of him. I'd get rid of Varane. I'd get rid of Lindelof. I'd get rid of Van der Beek. Palestri needs to go out on loan. Amrabat, I never would have bought Amrabat at all. He needs to go, in my opinion, which is harsh, because he only just got there. I just don't think he's Man United quality, to be honest with you. Or Man United quality of the glory days, right? I don't think he's the type of player that can take Man United back to where they need to be. Reguilon needs to go. Anthony needs to go. I'd clean out so many of the players from Man United, because so many of them are just collecting a massive fat paycheck and they're not helping this club get back to where it needs to be. And there's a few that I think can. Bruno Fernandes I'd keep just because he's a quality player, but his attitude sucks, I have to agree. Garnacho I talked about, and Rashford's just brilliant, but Rashford is just playing like he's not interested at the moment. I'd sell Luke Shaw, yeah, I'd get rid of Luke Shaw. Yeah. Like Luke Shaw, technically, and to his credit, Luke Shaw does do quite well. He does, right? But I would get rid of him because I think personally that Man United could go out and they could get someone who's a better left back than Luke Shaw. And if you're going to keep Luke Shaw just to play him as a centre back, then just go and get a better centre back. Because even though he does good at centre back, he's not a centre back. He's not. So we're only playing him there because it feels like the manager doesn't trust Victor Lindelof, doesn't trust Varane. It's a little bit embarrassing, really. Problem is, Scout, I think United are finding it hard to attract players as it stands. Players are seeing all the issues with the club and saying no thanks. Yeah, I agree. So like in an ideal world, this is what I'm saying. In an ideal world, I would sell everyone, as many as I could, and I would go out and obviously just buy, like the players that we need. But you're right. Realistically, if you're a top player, why on earth would you go? And if you're a top player playing for a top club, why on earth would you go and leave that club to join Man United? Like if you're a top player that's playing for a club, like say you're playing for a club in the Croatian league, so you're like the next up and coming bright talent coming out of Croatia, or maybe you're playing in the Eredivisie, right? And you're playing for a club that's not of the same stature at Man United, so you're just wanting to move to a bigger club. You see it as a step up, right? Then that I get that. But if you're like a world-class player, already playing for like a top club, why on earth do you go and join Man United right now? Because it seems like career suicide to do it. It seems like you would join a team and then end up not winning anything and just being on the back of miserable result after miserable result, just turmoil, politics in the club, infighting, just a lot of disharmony, a lot of backstabbing, and just not a good atmosphere to be in. I don't know why you would do it. And that's the problem, isn't it? We can't even attract them anymore. I don't even know who's coming up, really. I mean, we've got a few good youngsters coming up, but that's also probably, we don't have the type of academy that was the 92, 93 kind of academy of like Becks and Scholes and, Nicky Butt, like the heyday. So you couldn't even look to the academy to say this academy of kids is now going to save this team, right? You can't even look at that. There's a few coming up, but I don't know solution. I don't know the solution. It's a horrible one. Free Tip Scout, why can't United sign players like Petkovic? Proven striker can at least get goals. Probably Petkovic doesn't even want to go to Man United at the moment. I reckon if they approached him, he'd probably say, nah, I'm all right, actually. I see the way you guys are playing. I see all the turmoil. I'm good. It's probably why United have one of the highest wage bills in the Prem right now. Players go for the paycheck. Yeah, I feel like that's the only way that United at the moment are having to attract the players, is that they're literally paying over the odds to make it appealing or more appealing to a player to join them than it is to join, say, like a Liverpool or a Chelsea, because they know that they can't compete with them based on the silverware and the performances and the competitions they'll be in. So you have to then say, we'll offer you more money and more bonuses just to try and stop the rot, right? So they're literally between a rock and a hard place, aren't they? So they either just need to use the academy kids and just think, you know what, this is a 5-year thing, and we just have to accept that we're going to be challenging for mid-table until the academy kids get to level, get to standard, or you basically can bring in and attract the very best players in world football that almost do like a Man City project where you're like, okay, we're not going to be able to win anything for the next 2 or 3 years, but in that time, in the 2-3 years, we're then going to be one of the best teams in the world. Almost need to reset, need to press the reset button. To be honest, it wasn't even an academy back then. Most of your stars came from the lower English football leagues. Well, no, it was an academy, but they all got loaned out. A lot of them got loaned out to the lower English football leagues, but they all pretty much came through the academy, yeah. And then, like, once they had all kind of done their lower English football spells, then they were like, okay, they're ready now for first team football. But it wasn't like they came through the academy and then they just immediately went straight into like the starting lineup, right? It wasn't like that, yeah. United need to forget the past and rebuild the whole club. Took Liverpool long. Yeah, I agree. Like, but the thing is, Sopsy, the thing is that we've been hearing that for the past 10 years now, that Man United need to do a rebuild and Man United need to like start again from fresh. When's it going to happen? When's it going to happen? Because 10 years has passed now and we're arguably not much better than what we were 10 years ago. So we've just had 10 years, just basically in the nether realm, you know, like in stasis, basically, where the club's not really gone forward. It's not really gone too far back because it's still pretty much in the same position. Yeah, it's disastrous, really. Disastrous. Right. Time's getting away from us, isn't it? Spent a lot of good time talking about Man United, which is, yeah, not my fun topic to talk about. Maybe Man United just need to accept they can't compete anymore. They can't. Yeah, they definitely can't. But the question is why? And I think the answers are that we don't have good enough players and we can't attract good enough players. The manager, I also think, Ten Hag, I like him as a manager. But you've got to say, when you watch Man United play, tactically as well, it's not that convincing. It's just not. I haven't found it very convincing at all. I don't even really know what our identity is as a football club, how we're playing football anymore. I can't see it on the pitch at all. And I think it doesn't help as well. You then start to hear like things in the media that Ten Hag's kind of like lost the trust of, he's lost the locker room, the dressing room. Yeah, I think it just seems like a toxic place, doesn't it? Load of players in there that probably should have just been shifted out a long time ago. And then a new manager kind of comes in, tries to impress, you know, what he wants to do with the team, get somewhere with it. But then, as Roy Keane says very well, leopards don't change their spots, right? And so you've still got the same leopards in there doing the same antics. It's poor. Yeah. Yeah, they should have sold Maguire. They should have sold Scott. Maybe, you know what though? Maybe one of the reasons why they opted that they didn't want to sell Maguire is because they thought, well, if we sell Maguire, who can we get? And they probably thought, we don't think we can really get anyone like that would mitigate the risk of bringing in somebody new that can do better than Maguire. Maybe it's just safer just to stick with Maguire. It's nuts, really, isn't it? Yeah, they did. They did. We need to head over to Pooky for a little bit because we have 239 energy to spend and we need to spend it. My eye's really hurting me. I think I've strained my eye. My left eye. They banned reporters over the lost 50% of the dressing room story. Yeah, I bet they did. Because he's quite an authoritarian or totalitarian type manager, isn't he? Ten Hag. And so that kind of story, even if it is true, he would not want that to be out in the public. And so as soon as it is, it's like, well, that's it then. You don't report on the club anymore, basically, that you can't be trusted. Right. Let's do this. Pooky, game week 55. Brazilian League. We've also, before we start doing stuff, let's just try and bring our wallet in here. What's happened there? Let's get our wallet loaded in. We actually had an okay game week on Pooky. Again, if you want to play this, guys, and if you're not playing it, I'll leave the link in the chat for you to start playing it. It's free to play. You can also win money in it, which is great. And you can win more money on this than you can playing Sorare Limited right now. Not bullshitting you. You can. This is a good example. Limited, my limited teams on the weekend, we won nothing. We had about 20 plus limited teams. We won nothing. We got 0 return on investment from limited this weekend. On Pooky, we ended up winning 4.2 Matic, which is about £3, £3.50, something like that. It's obviously not amazing, and it wasn't an amazing game week for us. But on the one hand, on Sorare, apart from the rare, because the rare is really good on Sorare, but the limited right now, as we know, is just really, really tricky to kind of, it's just not the scarcity to get a return on. So if you're still playing it and you're playing it for that return, then you need to be rethinking how you're approaching limited. It's a fun scarcity. You're lucky if you get a return. If you do get one, it's going to be very low unless you get super lucky with a game week. If you want consistent returns, right, where you don't need to put a lot of effort in, then Pooky right now is the play. We basically won 4.2, and I don't know how we won it, so we're gonna check it right now. We're gonna go into view game week 55, then game week 54. Okay, we won 1.69 from the Argentinian league, right? Now I want everybody to watch this right now. We won 1.69 Matic from the Argentinian league, where we finished 39th out of 80. You need to finish in the top 50 to top 50% to win anything. Do you know what we've done in the Argentinian league? Let me show you. 0-0. We put 0-0 in. We put 0-0 in for every single game. We ended up winning 150, 169 Matic, right? Amazing. We also won £1.30, well, 134, right? 1 Matic 34 in the Brazilian league. Do you know what we've done in the Brazilian league? Who can guess what we've done in the Brazilian league? Because it took us a minute to do, 2 minutes to do. And that 2 minutes that we spent on it, we got a return. We spent hours doing the Sorare stuff for limited, and we got 0 return on the limited stuff in Sorare. Ligma guessed it. For the Argentinian league, we put 0-0. For the Brazilian league, we simply put 1-1 for every single game. 1-1. No research needed. Took us 2 minutes. You don't need to look into stats or anything like that. Just put the same score in for every single game, and you're getting money for it. Pretty cool. The German league, we did spend, funny enough, the perverse thing about this is that for the German league, we actually spent a load of time analyzing the games and trying to work out what we thought the actual scores are going to be. So we put loads more time into this, and we actually ended up getting the least amount of rewards from the game week, as if we would have been better off just putting in anything there, because we spent hours on that one, and we only get 117. And we really tried to do it properly. Look, we tried to put some proper score lines in there. It just didn't work out for us. So anyways, we're getting 4.2 Matic, which, as I say, is about £3, £3.50, and then 226 POC as well. Let's claim these rewards right now. And then what we're going to do, we need to refill our pressure on our Pokeballs, I think. Claim the rewards here. Okay. Claim the rewards. It's, the gas fees are quite high at the moment. It's costing us 7p to claim these rewards, which is a lot. Like, gas fees are high. Like, it used to be that the gas fees were like a penny, which was fine. But yeah, these gas fees are Still kind of cheap, right? But 1p versus 7p, you don't really want to be paying 7p when you're used to paying 1p. It's fine. Right. Here's what we're going to do. We go into the Brazilian League. Okay. This ball's at 80%. Let's do it. Boom. Same here. 1-1. 1-1. Okay. We're going to do 1-1 for everything. It's nice and easy. This is what I like about Pooky. Nice and easy. You can see that we're going to get a minus score here because our ball is now into the orange, but we're going to fix that in a minute. For now, we're just going to keep going and put 1-1 in here. And then 1-1. Okay, 1-1. 1-1. And the last one for 243 would be 1-1. Okay, cool. So done. That's it. Done. Our scores are predicted for the Brazilian League. We're good. We've done what we need to do for the Brazilian League, okay? What we are going to do as well is we're going to go into my collection. We're going to go into this Pooky ball here. We're going to refill the pressure on this one, take it all the way up to 100. It's going to cost us 20.994 POC. We have 637. We can easily afford to do it. So we are going to do it. Okay. Here we go. It costs us a penny to do. We just have to wait until it confirms it on the blockchain. It's done it. Perfect. Okay, good. Right, we go back into here. So the Brazilian League's still done. Oh, did we fuck that up? Don't tell me that we fucked that up. Oh, we did, you know. I did actually screw that up. Ah, that's so annoying. So when I predicted this, right, I didn't think that predicting on it with we messed it up. So what we should have done was we should have refilled the pressure first and then predicted on it. I didn't think that it would actually affect the points that we got, but it does. Because what you'll see is that when we got to, let's say 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then from here, this is where our pressure was in the orange. So when we click on this one, we could have got an extra 20 points here if we'd have refilled our pressure and then predicted it. So yeah, I messed that one up. Don't make that mistake. Don't make that mistake. Yeah. So you want to refill the pressure first and then put your predictions in. If you do it the other way round, then you're going to get less points. And that's, look, we've missed out on 30 points there. We've missed out on 30 points there. So we completely balls that one up. Yeah, we balls there. So don't do it. Don't do that. But it's okay. We'll see if the 1-1s that we can do will actually help us anyway. Right. What we're also going to do, we don't have enough to predict in the English League and the German League. We can only do one. So what we're going to do is we're going to do the German League. Because the German League, we have a German ball for this one. We go into the collection here. Yeah, we can level this one up. Let's level this ball up. I didn't realize we could level it up. Oh my God, what's going on here? Reload. Okay. Done. Then level this ball up. Okay, we can take it out one level. Let's do it. To level 45. Okay. Confirm. What are you guys focusing on Pooky this week? Like, what's the leagues that you guys are going to be trying to win on Pooky? Let's put the under 2.5 up a bit more. Because as you can see for Game Week 55, there's the USA League, the 2 Premier League game weeks, there's a Brazilian League. What's the league that you guys are doing? I think I achieved your dream. Pavel blocked me from making offers. Oh my God. What kind of lowballs were you sending to Pavel to get blocked? Damn. I mean, it's not too much of a biggie anyway. It is only Pavel. There's like so many other better traders out there. What's the game? What's the leagues, guys? What you focusing on Pooky? Like, I want to see what everyone's strategy is on Pooky this week. Are you going hard in the Brazilian League? Are you going hard in both of the English leagues? Because that'd be one to go hard in both of the Premier League ones, right? What's everyone doing for it? Arthur says Italian League, I'll have 60 energy left, and then I'll predict in the French League for next weekend. Oh, okay. So you mean that you will then start to put it forward into Game Week 56 in this one here, the French League? Who's going into both the Premier League ones this week? Because I think if you do, then you've got a good chance to win a lot. Because the Premier League will often get the most amount of prize points. And to be honest with you, there's only 8 game weeks here, so the Premier League ones are going to, they're going to get most of that prize pool, 6,800. When all is said and done. Mark, are you going into both of the Premier League ones, are you? It's actually, to be honest with you, it's making me think that we maybe need to do it. Because the German League will attract a lot of prize pool as well. But basically, we need to try and target a league where there is a significant prize pool. So the Brazilian League was probably not the one, but we always do that anyway because it's 1-1. This Premier League one will probably have quite a bit of prize pool too. Like, we don't have a Premier League ball, which is a little bit annoying, because if we did, I'd be going hard in the Premier League. We don't even have a Premier League sticker, which makes me think that we should be focusing on the German League, because we have German League, Pooky balls, and we have German League stickers. Let's have a look at the fixtures here. Hoffenheim, Bochum, Wolfsburg, Freiburg. Okay. Okay. Let's have a look at this one. Crystal Palace, Liverpool, Wolves, Nottingham Forest, Brighton, Burnley. God, Luton versus Man City. Oh my God. Luton, Man City. Oh. If you predicted this one correctly for what? A 5-0? You'd get 449. Well, 340. And then a 6-0 would be 374. It will probably be something like a 4 or 5-0, I think. England, Germany, Italy, plus one more, but not sure. Need to look at the fixtures. Wow. How much energy do you have, Mark? If you're going to be predicting in all those leagues there, you must have tons of energy, man. Tons. I've only got about 200 and what? 240. I always forget every week. Trust me. 480 something. Wow. Okay, I'll try and remember that for next week. That's a hell of a lot. I'm jealous because I would like to have that myself. 240. You've basically got double what we've got, which is lovely. I mean, I already feel like I can predict a lot, but if I had double this here of 239, roughly what you've got, I would be enjoying that. Because then we wouldn't have that dilemma of like, what leagues do we go in? Because it would be quite easy for me then. I'll just go to English League here, Brazilian League, German League, done, right? Nice and easy. Went down a bit though, caused by Ascension. What did you ascend? I'd love to know. I haven't done Ascension yet. I haven't got my balls leveled up yet. Home and over. Okay. What did you what was the ball that you kept, as in like the attributes that you kept over for it? What was the primary ball? Home and over's good, by the way. Who's also not got a Pooky ball? So who is actually on the stream right now that has not bought a Pooky ball, that hasn't got one, that's been thinking about getting one, but maybe doesn't know which one to target? Because this would probably be quite a good question for us to answer and to help. We often talk about how to play Pooky, but we don't often talk about how to approach Pooky if you're brand new to the game. So there's 4 different types of Pooky balls. A lot of it comes down to your budget, but you can also compare the Pooky balls here, which I think is quite useful to do. And I think it's a good one for us to talk about, because when I started playing Pooky, I bought a common. I bought quite a few commons, and the commons are a great starter Pooky balls to begin with, right? They're decent to help you get used to the game. But, and I'm not just saying this, like if I was to start Pooky again today from fresh, I would not get a common. My first one would be a rare, because the commons are cool, but where the game is right now, with the commons, the difference between a common and a rare in terms of the boost that it gives you is massive. And the commons are cool to get a nice return on investment, right? Because with a common, it's only going to cost you about $23, and you'll pretty much recoup most, if not all of that, within like a couple of months, right? The rares are a bit more. They're just under $100. The thing with the rares, though, is that the boost that they give you is so good that when you have a rare, you have a realistic chance of getting into kind of like top 50, not top 50%, but the top 50 of any leaderboard. And if you get your predictions right, you can also be challenging for top 20. And I'm often challenging for top 20 with a rare ball, and sometimes they're not even optimized. If you have a common, you can, there's nothing to say that you can't do it. You can actually win any league with a common ball. You can do it. Realistically, though, you're probably not going to be able to do it because you're competing against other balls of higher scarcity. They have some stickers on them as well, most likely. So the where the game is right now is that these commons are really good to just get you in the game and just to basically just start earning Matic, right? And they're pretty good for giving you extra energy. But I think realistically, if you want to start, I would be trying to use this as a starting point. So imagine what it's like in Sorare right now. I often get asked the question of, like, what would you do differently if you played Sorare today? And we talk about it a lot in the streams. And the one thing that I say every time now is that if I could start Sorare again today from fresh with all the knowledge that I got, I technically would have a limited team. I'd have a limited team for Cap 240, probably a limited team for 220 and All-Star, but that's it, right? But would I start buying the limited team, or would I just buy a rare team? I'd buy a rare team in Sorare, and it's kind of the same thing here, where the commons are the limiteds. The good thing is that they don't really go down in value. So you're just buying a Pooky ball. They're not dropping in value like limiteds do. They stay the same. But it's a good entry point, but it's probably not the entry point that you should be focusing on. It's the rare and above that you should be focusing on, I think. Ascension kind of sounds like someone ascended to Super Saiyan level or something. Yeah, it's quite an epic sounding thing to do, isn't it? To ascend. But yeah, if I was going to start today, I would buy a rare. I mean, ideally, I'd like to buy an epic if I was going to start today, but you'd need a lot deeper pockets to pick up an epic because they're like 4 times the price of a rare. Okay. If you had an epic, if you can afford an epic, then you should be getting an epic, because then with an epic, you can basically get top 10 positions in Pooky pretty much every week. If you're fairly good at predicting, then you should be able to be challenging for podiums with an epic. If you are okay at predicting, then you'll be top 20 pretty much every week with it, because the boosts you get from the epic are massive. They're huge. What questions do we have from the chat about Pooky? I've spoken a lot for the past 5 hours. It's time to give my mouth a little bit of a rest here. What questions do we have in the chat? Give me your questions and I'll try and answer as many as I can for the next 10 minutes about Pooky. And as you can see as well, guys, that right now you can buy them, but they will sell out. And then when they sell out, you'll have to wait until they're available again. So lay the questions on me, guys, in the chat. Lay them on me. There's so many questions here, I can barely keep up with them. Is the chat alive? Type alive if you are alive in the chat right now, because I'm worried. I feel like we've got lots of dead people here in the chat. Good, Mark's alive. Love it. I have a rookie ball. Okay, so first question. I have a rookie ball. So which league is best to target to try and win a common ball? Okay, cool. What is the let's have a look here. Can you tell me more about the rookie ball that you've got? Because first of all, it doesn't really matter in a way, because when you look at the rookie ball, you get these little boosts, right? These little attributes. So I have a German League rookie ball here, and I get like an additional boost, right, from the scoring. So they do and they don't matter. They do because like you want to be able to get a boost. So tell me the league and the name of the club you got, and then also, because it's a good question, also what leagues do you think you have a good knowledge on? So give me those 2 pieces of information and I can probably answer your question, my man. Sopsy's dead in the chat. Call 911. We need to get somebody out there to revive him, to resurrect him. Yeah, because it's actually a really good question from Lathaban, but I want to try and answer it as the best as I can. So yeah, what you need to tell me is, if you can, what kind of boost are you getting here? In fact, I have 2. One is pre-manned. One's pre-manned. What do you mean? Pre-manned, that's obviously, what's that? That's the name of a country, I'm guessing, in what, your language, is it? All right, okay, one's Prem. Sorry, man. Okay. So one's Prem, one's Italian. All right. What's the club that you've got for your Prem ball? What's the club that you've got on your Prem ball? I mean, the Premier League one, I'll be honest with you, is pretty cool. The only thing is that the Premier League one is going to be quite competitive because a lot of people are going to be competing in it. So Chelsea, okay. Right. So here's what I would do, okay? If I was in your position, I wouldn't be using the Premier League one. Even though it's attractive to use because you've got a Chelsea Premier League ball, there's going to be such a big amount of competition to win with the rookie in the rookie league in the Premier League. I would be targeting the Serie A. I'd be targeting the Serie A because I think you have less competition from other predictors, which means you have a better chance of getting into the top 5 and then winning a common Pooky ball. So that's what I would do, my man. What other questions do we have here in the chat on Pooky? Lay them at me. Lay those questions at my feet, and I will try to do my best. Probably need to think about a new beat the base as well, don't we? Ways to understand the odds. Okay, we can quickly touch on that now. Yeah, it's a good question. We can, another question from an Athabam. So, what do you want to know about the odds, man? Explain about the odds, okay. So, let's bring up a game. Let's bring up Luton versus Arsenal, right? It's quite an easy one to start with. So, basically, with the odds, right? First of all, there's a couple of different formats that you can have the odds in. So I would always kind of recommend that you have it on the decimal format because the decimal format's probably the most easiest format to understand rather than having it as a fractional format or having it as the American format, right? The American format is even weirder, right? It's like plus 1400, plus 550, minus 600. So just don't even look at that. I have it on decimal. I used to have it on fractional, but because I know that like my content is consumed by people in Europe, I know from experience that Europeans don't really use the fractional format. So yeah, easier just to use the decimal, right? So I don't know how much you know about odds, right? But I'm going to assume that you know nothing about the odds at all. So I'm just going to explain it in the most basic way possible. And then I'm going to just try in the next couple of minutes to give you some hints and tips about how you can try and read the odds as well. Because it's like one thing understanding them, but you also have to know how to read the odds and actually read what's true and what's not. So what you can see here is that there's 3 outcomes for this game, right? Luton to win, for the draw, and for Arsenal to win. Arsenal have a price here of 1.17, okay? And Luton have a price of 15. Now, the lowest odds that you can get, the lowest odds that a bookie can give you is 1, right? Those are the lowest odds you can get. You can't get lower than 1. Lowest is 1. If you have odds of 1, then it basically means that if you put £1 on that team to win, okay, you're not going to win anything. All you're going to get back is your pound, right? Your stake. So you're basically staking with the odds, right? Keep with me. You're staking £1 at odds of 1 to effectively win nothing. If the odds are 1.01, right, then you're staking £1 to win basically a penny, right? It's not worth it. Now, it's not worth it because the odds are so low in that situation that the bookie is basically saying it's a given. Like, they are the heavy favorites. It would take a massive upset for that team to not win. They're expecting them to win. They have a huge chance to win. They're not going to want to price that team really high so that you can then make a massive return from it, because it's it doesn't seem like the risk for them is worth it, because effectively there's very little risk of an Arsenal losing to Luton, right? Which is why Luton are also priced really high at 15, okay? If you put £1 on Luton to win and it ends up that Luton win, you're going to win £15 effectively, and then you're going to get your pound stake back, right? So all in all, you get 16 back, but you win £15 profit, okay? The reason why the odds are so high is because it's so unlikely that Luton are actually going to do that. And so the odds need to be high to reflect the low chance that that team has of achieving that outcome. And that's essentially what it comes down to. That's the basics of the odds, is that if there's a higher odd or a higher price, then it basically means that there is a lower chance, according to the bookmaker, there is a lower chance of that outcome actually happening. When there's a lower price or a lower odd, right, for that outcome, then according to the bookies, there is a very considered chance that that outcome is going to happen, okay? What you want to do with the odds is you want to be able to use your knowledge of football and look at the odds that the bookmaker's giving you, and then figure out whether you agree with the odds or whether you don't. Because the odds will always have prices that aren't always true, right? So they're not 100% true. Probably a better example, if we bring up another Premier League game, right? Just so you can understand this, okay? Is that if we go to, let's look at this one here, right? Brighton versus Brentford, okay? So just going back through what I just talked about with the odds, Brighton is at 1.85, Brentford is at 3.6. So according to the bookmakers, Brighton are the favourites to win this game. They have a lower price, which indicates that they have a higher chance to actually come out with the result here, right? The draw, they've priced at 3.9, but let's forget about the draw for now. And then Brentford, they've priced at 3.6, right? So they've priced Brentford at double what they've priced Brighton at. Now, I don't know about you, but I think that Brighton are the favourites to win this game. They're at home, and we know that Brighton are a decent team, right? But do I think that Brentford are so much worse or weaker than Brighton that they should be considered at 3.6? Because I don't. I think that they should be considered the outsiders to win, because they're going up against a tough team, Brighton, and they're going up against them away. But this is a good example of where the odds are actually in favour of Brentford, because Brentford technically should have a lower price here, right? If you looked at the two teams, you wouldn't say that Brentford are significantly worse than Brighton, that they need to be priced so much higher than them, okay? And so there's a good opportunity here. If you were going to take a bet on this game, right, there would be a good opportunity here to bet that Brentford would not lose the game. So they'll either draw or they'll win. So basically it's called like value betting. You need to be looking at where the value is, and the value isn't here to back Brighton to win at 1.85. Technically, the value is to back Brentford to avoid defeat, either draw or an away win, which I don't think they'd win away, but they might be able to get a draw. So that's just an example of being able to understand the price points of the odds and then trying to read into the odds, right? Another good example is when you look at, okay, here, both teams to score, right? So both teams to score is like a 50-50 market, because there's only two outcomes it can be. Either both teams do score or they don't score, right? So you usually have quite good chances to do well in a both teams to score. You just have to pick between one of the two outcomes. You have a 50-50 chance, right, of getting it right. The difference, though, is that there'll be some games where you actually think and you'll know from how the teams play and maybe looking at some of the stats and looking at how they've been like keeping clean sheets or not keeping clean sheets and how many times they've been scoring, you'll be able to look at it and say, okay, that definitely is going to be a both teams to score situation because that home team can't keep a clean sheet to save their life, but they're really good going forward. And then that away team is really good at scoring, but they're also really bad at conceding, and they're really, really bad at conceding away. So there might be those situations where you look at the two teams and you're like, both of these teams are definitely going to score, right? They should definitely score. And when you have that situation and you then look at the price point for both teams to score yes and no, if you do feel that both of the teams have a great chance of scoring against each other, and the both teams to score was, for example, at 1.8, and the both teams to score no was at 1.7, right? Then you'd be saying, you know what? I don't agree with that, because both teams to score for the yes should not be a higher price than the no, because I actually think there's more chance for that both of these teams can score. So even though when you look at the odds, you shouldn't be put off if you see an outcome and you see it's higher than the other outcome, but you actually think it should be lower. And this is what it comes down to with reading the odds. It's about spotting the value and disagreeing because you see more value than what the odds have given. Is that kind of clear? Is that better? Do you understand it a little bit more? It's like a crash course basically in the odds. Reckon they are good odds for Brentford to cause an upset? No. They're not good odds for Brentford to cause an upset. Are they good odds for Brentford to avoid defeat? Yeah. So basically in this scenario, this is going to be a little bit more complex for you now, right? But let me just, because you asked the question, I want to explain it. These are not good odds to back Brentford to win. They're not, right? These are good odds that suggest to me that they are priced too high and that actually they have a chance of avoiding defeat. Okay? So what I would do here in this scenario, you can't do it on Pooky, but if I was going to bet on this game, is that what I would do is I would go down here to, where's it at? There's a market here called Double Chance, right? And then what you've got here is you've got a draw and away outcome, okay? So this is why I'm saying this to you guys, because this is how you spot the value, right? A draw or away outcome. So you're basically saying Brentford can either draw or they can win, okay? And so you're choosing two outcomes there, two outcomes. For those two outcomes, the bookie gives you a price of 1.85, right? If you pick Brighton to win, which is just one outcome, so if Brighton end up drawing, you lose. If Brighton lose the game, you lose, right? Here, you're picking one outcome for 1.85. With this one here, you're saying that Brentford can either draw or win, and you're getting the same price. And this is where there's value. There's more value picking two outcomes for two teams which I think are fairly similar, and actually Brentford could draw that game, than just backing Brighton to win the game. So this is just another good example of how those odds there are just far too high for Brentford, and which is why I'd be looking at a draw or an away win. Is that clear? Does that make sense? Like, not only to a Nathan, does that make more sense to people that are on this stream? Because we spend a lot of time when we do Pooky, we spend a lot of time looking at the odds, and I try and like delve into the odds to work out what looks good and what doesn't. So I really want to make sure that it's clear, because I think if you're on the stream and you're looking at this and you're thinking, oh, it looks a bit scary, right? But it's not, once you know what you need to look for and once you understand it in a very basic form, because you don't need to understand odds at all to play Pooky. You don't. You can just completely ignore it. But if you can understand the odds, even in a basic way, trust me when I say it will help you to improve your returns on Pooky. And it will help you to spot like where the traps are, because there's a lot of traps that the bookies leave with their pricing that's designed to make you lose. Because of course, the bookies aren't going to put prices that are going to accurately reflect what they think. Because if they did, then it'd be really easy for you to beat the bookies, right? So you have to understand where they're almost telling a lie so that then you can back against them because you believe that actually, based on your research and your knowledge, that that has a bigger chance of happening than the odds suggest. And then when it does happen, you've then beaten the bookies, and hopefully in Pooky, you've then actually been able to get more points than what you maybe should have won. Because don't forget, with the odds, is that the odds and the prices of the odds here, these are reflected based on the points that you can win on Pooky. So you want to almost be looking for those opportunities where, like, a team that you think can draw the game has then been priced really high for the draw outcome, when technically they should have been priced really low. And that's great, because then you can back the draw outcome if you really believe they're going to draw, and you're then going to win loads more points than what you maybe should have actually won in the first place. Cool. All right, it seems like the chat's really dead. Thank you, Anathabam, and you guys for jumping in the chat recently. But yeah, the chat's really like tailed off. And I guess we come to that point anyway, where we've reached the end of the stream. So, did you enjoy it, guys? I did. I had a good amount of time, good fun on today's stream. We're going to be back in a few hours anyway to do some scouting and a watch along. Who's joining later on tonight for a Luton Town watch along and also for some scouting as well, because we'll try and buy some players whilst we're live. Who's joining later on tonight? My problem is that I took the odds for what they're worth and not challenging the bookies. Yeah. A lot of, don't worry, Nathan, a lot of people do that. Yeah. A lot of people who don't know how odds work will literally take it for what it is, right? And yeah, what you've always got to be thinking about is that the bookies aren't your friends, right? They're definitely not. They want you to lose so they can make money. So you have to question like the prices that they give you. And sometimes the prices will be there or thereabouts pretty correct, right? But there's always in every single game, there is always markets or prices that are not correct, and they're deliberately not correct because, yeah, they don't want you to win. So they're relying on you not backing against them. And then when you do, if you can spot the smart opportunities, you'll come out on top, man. All right. Got load shedding. Oh dear, yeah. I've heard about that, Arthur. I'm sorry you got to do that. But yeah, let's call it a day for the day stream. And I'll be back again in a couple of hours. Hopefully we see some guys from YouTube as well. We're streaming to 2 platforms, but it feels like we're still streaming to 1. We haven't seen enough people from YouTube at all. It's just purely a Twitch posse still. But yeah, hopefully we see more people from YouTube as well. We'll be back in a couple of hours, guys. So thank you so much. And I'll catch you later on at 8 p.m. UK time for a watch along. So do join me then. And thank you for your time, all the follows and all the subs so far today. Get some food and I'll catch you in a few hours, guys.